Anyway, we're back after some adjustments, both of the microphone position and other things. So yeah, I think from the standpoint of gameplay, I am basically good to go. Probably prefer very hard mode, but if you have specific stuff in mind and there's a group of 4, I guess in theory nothing stops us from doing tickets. We have a hilarious amount of materials. I was double checking with photon drops. So I'm pretty sure I've gone up about 120 photon drops since start of event. Since we were around 40-ish there. And keep in mind, I still have 2 other accounts with photon drops. So probably more accurately over 130 PDs so far this event. We've done extraordinarily minor amounts of training, just because we were overflowing with materials, which I still somehow capped again. Life is strange, chat. So anyway, let's go see who's waiting for us in the lobby. Post audio issue. Nobody's waiting for us in the lobby. That's fair. Okay, so in that case, since nobody is in lobby 12, let us, I guess, showcase that I finished the add-ups. I was just there. Rip. Did you yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't see you in there. We checked at this before the start of the stream. They're doing it towards the future, which sounds awful. So, while we wait. Just let me know, chat, when you're ready, because there's no sense in me standing around. We have an event to do. Let's put a fireball out. That was my mistake. Okay, nice and smooth. Welcome, Draken. Hope you're doing well. Happy affiliate anniversary wishes, Preston. Honestly, we've gone up quite a lot of cookies between the streams as well. I think it's safe to say I'm back up to like 85, I think. If I were to collect them across all the accounts. Both the Ranger and the Force getting a decent amount of cookies. But even in the main account, I think I'm at 82. Well, even in the main account, I think I'm at 83. Hope you're all doing well today. Welcome, Fulcrum. So once people are in the lobby, I will leave. I mostly just want to clear maybe up to Dorfon, since I'm waiting. Oh, wait, I'm single player, I don't have to respect that. I'm gonna hold that L. Hit by the frame 1 Rabarda. Nice. Look how cheesy that is. Oh man, it is so OP. I'm so sad you can't do that multiplayer. The only time loss. I swear. Unreal. Crazy. Yeah, so far, episode 4 has been, really good, even if I don't consider cookies. Raw amount of PDs and everything else gained between streams is kind of wild. I might have also noticed that we are sitting on 252 tickets with this character. So on top of just getting all these event items, I have yet another batch of tickets handed. I think this might be the most I've ever handed in a month's time span. Let alone a week. This is like the 4th time I think we've done it. Oh man. So many clears, chat. Oh. Thought it was further forward to make that hit. Oh well, not a big deal. I don't think so, Astar. I'll double sacrifice here, why not? What a fair and balanced way to clear Dorfon. Was I the one in the wrong place again? I hate it when that happens. Like, my HP drain was too high, chat. I was like, something's not right. Don't mind me. Not at all. I must have sorted by accident at some point. Here we go. On the list. Yeah, suddenly instead of taking 40 SFL, I'm taking like 20. Chat. It's kind of a significant amount of health loss if it sorts. Which sometimes happens, like if I'm trading, and I want to make sure things are in a proper location. I'll hit sort by accident on the character with the second one. It's quite annoying when that happens. In a better world, it wouldn't matter what order my inventory is in. But it is what it is. Uh-oh. Apparently everybody's ready. I mean, honestly, we have enough to basically form almost 2 teams. Almost. So what I'm gonna do... I'm gonna play with Retract. Okay, Ditharius is also eating. Yeah, I'll have Retract host. We switch characters. Let's get a few ones with Retract. Ditharius is eating, so I think that should even out the group there. I've actually been enjoying Ranger episode 4. Though which one I should level now is the question. Oh, I should go Red ID second. Oh. I wasn't expecting it to cancel me out of that menu, that was interesting. Oh, it must be a control issue, so I can flip between controls. It's like, I went to enter and it went, no. Thou shalt not log in. Damn, you're right. Now the downside is, I don't remember if this character is still holding equipment. I'm just gonna check him real quick and then I'll log in his Red ID. Just to make sure I put it away. Did not put it away. I'm glad I checked. And then he's acting a little weird. Oh. There we go. I think that's why it's acting weird. Yes, much better. I was like, I didn't realize I was getting double inputs on menu open. Chat can imagine that would make me very upset if I had to play like that. I mean, don't you like your menu randomly opening and closing when you hit open? Yeah, the other thing that I thought was kind of weird, maybe chat has noticed the same. I mean, I've set it up on the other main account, that it's not an issue. But I feel like when I try to use the controller to confirm a game, it doesn't confirm it. Has chat had that issue? Because it's technically assigned in PSO for decide, but I can't use the game lobby menu with the controller. I'm just curious. I mean, my other account controls fixed that, but I just find it weird that I can open and close every menu in the game but the lobby menu. So, like, for example, I could do this. There's no issues here. Yeah, like, creation of the game. Like, I'll give an example. Episode 2. You can hear me and confirm it doesn't work here. Isn't that weird? But only that specific menu has that problem. Otherwise, I don't have issues with the same button. Yeah, it's so annoying. So, speaking of things to ask Ender to fix. Hey Ender, can you make sure to confirm works on the main menu? It's really weird. Yeah. So, I basically had to assign some buttons away. Life is strange. Also, what is this inventory? His inventory is also kind of whack. What is this? Punisher, kill. Frame, Ranger wall, 5 minutes. Should be all I need. Yeah, this seems fair. I'm good to go. Yeah, we're doing C. We're walking up, chat. No materials, no problem. We'll be fine. This character, no techniques. Just anti. I could teach a Ryuker later. That'll be fun. One less technique in the bag. Anyway, I'm gonna hopefully kill every Rappy here. The chat might be able to just move on to the other satellite lizards, as long as I don't get one shot here. Halloween quickly immediately, off to a good start. I don't know why I'm going over there. Oh, well now I know why I'm going over there. That's not fair. I was going to go to the next area, but I'm not going to say no to more power materials. Clean up the damage here. Oh, that was a time save. Ooh, the time save was sick. I wasn't even ready for that. That's how fast that was. Out of here. Bulk. I'm gonna say this is a chat problem. Good luck with the Zeus. Crystal, nice. Oh, why is this rotation so good at dodging? make it easier for the root. Good value so far, chat. Honestly, if we're talking about like small quality of life fixes, I would love if that main menu was fixed. I don't have to do the other work around to fix it. That cleanup speed chat. Let's level up. Guess I'll pew pew. I was gonna say, chat, can you imagine a world where the select flow could just get boosted like damage with the laser on RAmar? Like, hold on, chat, we're discovering a new meta. More pew pew laser damage. Sadly, no ignition cloak. Or retract. Those guys eat. Here. Hell shot. Goodbye, Gerda. Don't mind me box checking through walls. Four enemies. I'm going on ahead. I don't feel like fighting this. That was a love reading. I missed something. Looking at it. Moment. Pretty solid. We are exceeding the casual ultimate levels of XP. I'm gonna go for a jab, dodge. Get outplayed. caliber because of the hit percentage. That'll work. Oh, what? I didn't. Okay. Like, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure at max accuracy. I'm a little surprised that even missed at all. Lucky, I guess. So even before the 8-minute mark, we're in this hallway. That's a really good pace. I think we're gonna get another sub 10 minutes here, chat. Say as I whiff the hell shot. Oh, this time. And 95% accuracy, still consistent. I'm gonna clean it up since chat focused the first Pyrogorons, which I recommend. I can kill these raptors. Just none of these enemies. Range. Like I'm being trolled a little with demons there. That's fine. Yeah, I think the Rangers struggled a little bit against those enemies unless I'm using the brawl ATP or something. It's a little difficult for me to participate here since I don't have a good refoe. There we go. Pretty good time. I don't like that Chet's not getting those. I'll briefly see if I can learn Reaper. Or I can actually teleport. This character doesn't have any force. Oh, that answers that question. I guess only my force has them. Unfortunate. Who would have thought, chat, the most valuable commodity when I'm playing the game? How many Ryukers can I find so I can actually teleport? Such is life, I guess. Do a little dance. We're up quite a lot of these and other things already. Just to out the damage. ADEDK makes it inconsistent here, unfortunately. Oh, actually have 0 healing. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Right, chat? Such is life, I guess. Like we're studying White Dragon. Yeah, it's just always like one or two. It's so sad. Dream world where it always activates. Okay. Not too bad. Real quick. I was gonna walk to the next area, but then HP material. Welcome back to Darius. Think food is good. I'm dead. Oh, nope, I survived. Star Atomizer. Go grab that. I'm making a battle for this here. Healing chat. There we go. We got exactly one healing item. Okay. Equip by random laser. Soul Atomizer or something. It's not very helpful. Let's see if I can punish. That was fun. I'm supposed to just wait over here. Grab the item. I need 2 +1 healing. Striker code. There we go, chat. We're restocking as we go. Ooh, I'm at a whole 1. Ooh. We're currently, Ditharius is 5. Oh, the answer would be no, Dragon. somebody else was waiting that I'm not aware of in the lobby. Yeah, we have enough people that we should be able to do multiple. People were so inclined, they could do it. Wanted. Oh, Retract's about to pop out anyway. Rip. Rip Retract. Like, I will get this temple quest. Very hard enjoyer is Chips. Yeah, getting some value. Based off of where team probably should go. Here, 7A, hopefully. I switched to lethal needle here. It's a bit more consistent. Track's doing the bad thing. Nope. Don't attack on the left side of the rock, you waste time. We'll teach your track. Yeah, the reason you don't attack the left side of the rock is that your Foley always misses a target, so you just end up doubling Foleys that are needed instead of taking more seconds. When you're trying to penny pinch TP in particular, it's so important not to double cast. So he was targetable, the chat hit him and then he wasn't targetable. Man, that is an unlucky distance he was at. It's not chat's fault. That one was didn't realize it's how specifically far away it was. My boo-boo. I don't know why he turned that way. What an inconvenience. We still had sub 10 minutes, but I was annoyed by him looking to the inside. Maybe because he got hit, he stopped turning. That's fine. I'll ponder that later. Now let's see who's in the lobby. Is there on normal. Aetherius and Aetherius. Multiply. We got Very Hard Enjoyer all the way there. Oh, he's stepping away, Retract. Okay. No worries, Retract. If the Aetherius would like to join us. cannot, then I will have to switch IDs since nobody here is blue ID. Got a pink and a green. Do a little dance. Darius has arrived. I can always go back to Blue Force if we were. I just need to know, that's all. If the Darius isn't playing blue, then I'll just switch to blue. I just won't be Ranger, that's all. Wait for either the Darius to confirm the swapping to blue, or if he's not, I will switch characters, but I'm gonna put this away either way. By the way, I swap it to blue. Let's take a quick look at my inventory. I think my Ranger has picked up as much as my horse has. So we're still up to 5 cookies, 5 rocks, 5 crystals. I guess it's a consistent number, right, chat? Just nice, just 5s across the board. And I'll slash them. I'll log in second, since Red ID can potentially turn Dorphonic Player finally into something huntable. Alright, here's the deal, Retract. If I get Ignition Coke on stream, it's yours. I'm gonna break your streak, Retract. Claps. Elma! There you go, a little jump. Oh, right, the time zone change made it 7 o'clock. That's shit, what is it now? Rangers males, joke's on you, game. Joke's on you. See, I got 1 spare healing item. Let's see how far I make it. There we go. Gotta go back for value. Looks like Chad is too. I was gonna say the real time loss of very hard mode is making sure we grab all the items. Gotta go for consistent damage here. little photon crystals as we go. There we go. Okay, that was more tolerable. The other one was kind of bad. But I think I want to do it from here. I want to keep the laser inwards for all the targets. Yeah. Or I can't. Oh, they frame what froze that start. That would explain why that happened. Never mind. That I can't do anything about. I can't even shoot him. Suddenly zoom. Back row. Nice and simple. Nice combo kill. I saw a couple of healing items, but I'm not going to go out of my way for a diamond. Look at this monoculture though. That's actually a good item. Gel wrapping. Cat is murdered there. There we go. As this retracts ignition cloak, we'll find out. I'm a little scared to walk away from it because I do not have a Convoy. Sadly, it is not an ignition cloak. Cat's walking over there though. Oh, maybe not. Back up one. Rip retract. Really arms though. Okay. Let's chat pop the boxes. Yeah, I think the Divine Punishment is just too slow with how close the zoo is. By the time the laser comes down, I get lasered or eye bombed. The problem is When I walk out of that room, if I try to normal, sometimes it just shoots the satellite lizard, which is why I don't like doing it. Because the satellite lizards are closer when I come out of the door. So I have to go like either really far out to the side or go under him. So I don't like doing that. I was hoping I could just angle the normal or to special, but it's just slightly too slow. Or I gotta do it immediately, because the problem is there's a big dead zone. I don't have refoing. You can tell me refoing all you want. Let me know where that is in my technique menu. I don't have it. This character doesn't have any text. That's why I was saying I literally have nothing. This character's walking around with just materials. But from the standpoint of walking out, the big problem is that there's a... I mean, I can't learn it. I don't have any mind bags. I don't have a mind bag. We talked about this with somebody else off stream, but I'll probably be picking up Rapimatics. I need some for the all accounts. So I can't learn anything for the RAmar, sadly, other than Ryuker. Which, sadly, I don't have spares of on this account either. But it is what it is. Maybe. Yeah, Refoe's easy enough. I would rather Refoe. The big issue is that there's a giant dead spot in front of that door, which also makes that way more annoying than it should be. And I don't get why that one is like so much bigger than every other area in Desert as well. That's kind of like the perfect storm of just a really crappy room. Oh, I'm so dead. Yeah, I can't do anything there. That sucks. I'll miss too many times in a row, bro. Literally just RNG'd into death. Thanks, game. Appreciate you. I'm sorry. Did you see me just with 5 shots of demons at 99% accuracy? That was brutal. Game is being very rude to me in chat. Just want you to know. That is actually incredibly unlucky. It was like miss. Like, interesting. Yeah. I think coming out of that doorway, I think I'd rather Rasan though. I don't think I want to Refoe that. Well, unless I like the inside. Maybe RAmar's is good. I know it's fine on FOnumin. And maybe I could cut the inside of the door for that with Refoe. I'm definitely curious how bad his casting animation is going to be at Refoe 15. I'm not worried about Refoe 20 either. It'll be interesting. Oh, that's on. Yeah, see that tongue? It's facing us now. That's what I want to see. That makes me happy when he faces us. Close to leveling again. Wait, did I just get 11? Did I escape on myself? Yes, I did. That works, I guess. When you don't use TP, it's hard to tell, honestly. Let's go buy some healing. Oh, hey, Reaper's actually in the shop. What a miracle. Praise be, chat. It's in the shop for once. I'll just go for a couple primates here. There we go, chat. We learned it. We done learned it. I might as well just make my back panel Reaper / Anti, because why not? Got nothing better to do with it. Yeah, I never really understood doors in this game. like, Ruins has, like, a couple of rooms that are egregious, where, like, you could be legitimately, like, 7 to 8 character steps from a door and still be in a no-target zone. That episode 4 door isn't quite as bad as that, but it is very bad compared to the other episode 4 doors in this class. Or at least if the other doors are bad, they're not in a way that I have to deal with it, whereas that one I do. The one of the above is true. And then you get stuff like forests and caves where it's like, it progressively gives you more dead zone in episode 1, and then just sometimes they just give up. I find kind of funny. Enemies. Move the song forward. I do like the song, but maybe not. Forward. Not seeing too much on my mini-map, try maybe. A little disappointing. Yeah, the problem with like some of these extended lists is they're extending like 1-minute songs instead of 3-minute songs, but they all make them 30 minutes. It's like some of those I'd be okay with it as like a 10-minute loop. Not 30 minutes is a bit much. I wanted to cut it there rather than listen to it for another 12 or so. Just like this one, I hope it's not just the build up and then no payoff. Or I'm also about to skip this. Oh, Photon Crystal, I gotta go back, damn. Oh, the song name was... K-Gardeon's Secret in Yakuza 6. Not in English. Or maybe Kui, might be Kui. Q-U-I, followed by space, G-A-R-D, space, UN, space, secret. Oh, is this one also just the build-up? No, come on. No, you can't loop a 1-minute loop thing for 30 minutes. I'm not gonna listen to that. Actually, that wasn't even a minute. It was like 40 seconds. There we go. Much better. Getting trolled by Yakuza 6 loops. Yeah, the person that did the 7 ones only did basically main themes, so it doesn't run into that problem. Yeah, the previous one where we did Yakuza 5, they split the phase of the boss theme up into 30-minute segments and then did an 8-second outro. It's very weird. I'm kind of glad I don't see other extenders do that. It's like, but why though? I am so scared. There's Gafoes here, but there's so many birds dive bombing me. They definitely would have hit me if I didn't move. Goodbye, S-Star. There we go. That guy in kill zone. Pistol. Oh! Chat literally just walked away. I saw that. I saw that. Where was the Gafoe there? Here, witness chat. I saw that. Worst in front of me just nopes out of there. Like, well, I'm dead. I'll take these materials, though. Goodbye, Asta. Check out the Dwarfon. out the door fun a little bit more. There we go. I guess I'll take a monomate. Mostly just went over there for the trimate, but I was like, There you go, you're gonna get my teleport. Or I'll move it, one of the above. Got a trimate. Over here. With Gapoi stacks, it's hard to interact with that wave. So I don't even see the point in trying, honestly. That seemed like a good use of time. Our material. Okay, where is the end of this dead zone? Find out together. Can I walk out of the dead zone by going this way? Yes. Okay. Did you see that auto-aim, chat? Did you see that? How it just 180'd me? Holy. Find punishment, please. That kind of stuff will get me killed. I don't know what that auto turn radius was, but that was outrageous. That must have been like a 170-degree turn. I went from looking like bottom left to behind me. It's interesting. The nice part is if I find spare heavenly arms, I should just be able to leave it on the characters. Then when I'm truly done with them, I can sell them. I'm gonna do this to pull the Goron closer, because by default he's too far. See chat trying to meme on him full screen. It's for you, chat. A lethal needle. No. No. There we go. Tipbox was a little weird there, but I clipped it. Okay. Might be better for me to put here. There we go. No wrapping. A chance for a retract. Alright, team. Walk away. Is on the ignition cloak. Post that says retract. Retract. I'm trying retract. It's being stubborn today. When this character hits 80, I may switch over to worse for a little bit. This is the game with PSO, to be fair. It is an annoying hunt to grab. Sorry about that, I was picking up value. It was a siren's call for me to loot materials. Probably want that star analyzer for later. 30-hit striker, not what I'm looking for. I like that the Yowies are actually genuinely outliving RemoteBattery. That to me is really funny. We just RemoteBattery. He tried, Jen. Does this little wiggle dance and then he explodes. Umbra's here. I'm still trying to associate players to characters. Is Umbra Light Dragon? I need to real life, says Cosmo. So it looks like Draken needs to step away for a little bit. Thanks for joining us, Draken. I was gonna say, I'm not sure who Umbra is. Question mark? There's a lot of character names to remember, chat. I'm doing better. Let me see, I'm just Fulcrum. Fulcrum's easy, Retract is easy. So, I guess we have a free slot. I'm not sure if Umbra AFK'd, both from Twitch and also game. Question mark. Yeah, I think we get a minute or two. 35 hit Giant, nice. Yeah, I could take it. I'll have to transfer it at some point. I think my IS-1 spare is like 40, but putting this on like Q conceal is probably fine. Plus it's ABs, which is pretty much the only time I use it anyway. I'm happy about that. Anything to just do extra damage to Worm Boss, disrespectfully. Thank you, thank you. I'm not sure if Chips wanted to join us. We do have a free slot open for people looking to run. I guess I could put the Rappy Beacon. I love it's like 526 to learn it. I'm like, this character's so dumb. He's not learning anything. But once he's 80, he can fully just keep an ultimate frame that we got earlier. Long-term goal is to Sacred Cloth a lot of these characters. Even okay assortment of items. If we really need to arm up a bunch of Rangers, I could do it. Chips is volunteering to step in, sure thing. Got a Del Rappy, let's see. Oh no. Don't taunt retract. Otherwise, he's just gonna remove all the Rappies from the Temple Quest. Like, I can't be disappointed in a Del Rappy if they don't exist. See, there we go. Tracked about to enter the villain arc. Just thinking about what extended soundtracks to listen to next. In the meantime, let's advance the song. Say Chip says nothing and then posts an image of like a perfect stat ignition cloak. That also comes with 4 slots. It's absolutely brutal. There we go. Well, damn. So it'll be nice to get this character a perma armor. All I gotta do is hit 80. I put away my leveling frame. Don't have to swap that anymore. Probably keep it with the heavenly arms just to save time. I got a few spare now in the bag. It's not the worst. Think about in terms of priority, who actually needs materials on my new characters? Like, I imagine Hunter, I can't get away without using ATP. I can't think of a weapon that they would really still be successful with that only involved accuracy. That's what's on drop. Ranger, we can see, leads literally nothing. Force is not recommended to learn their attacks. And they can hard carry. I guess if I level like FOmar, they don't use any power materials. Be okay with like beating those characters mind mats. But like, am I really gonna give over mind materials to the RAmar? I am, chat. Similarly, I think I'll start by leveling cast materials first. I'm okay with like the Q cast, for example, getting ATP. There you go, chat. My minimum damage killed the Astar. I did it. Hope you're doing well. Already gotten a decent number of cookies. We're an hour in. I think we've seen 2 or 3. Crappy. Over here. We're finna clear yet. That bailed me out on that one. Too bad. I mean, on average, I'm getting about a PD a run. Runs are not lasting more than 10 minutes. So if you extrapolate that out to an hour of recorded time, I'm basically up almost 6 PDs. Plus I've been picking up cookies like that, on top of that. Team has been picking up a pretty large number of photon crystals as well. Material. So eventually we'll run through enough enemies that we should just get everything. We already got some Heavenly Arms, multiple Heaven Striker codes. I say for all those would-be mag sellers out there, your 5 PDs, 4 PCs, sounds about right. Like the fact that we're clearing so quickly now is kind of funny to me. Welcome Crmztears, hope you're doing well. Don't get lucky and kill. Nice. Got lucky and killed there. Infinity armor with 4 slots is kind of tough. Oh. I'm able to wear that soon, actually. Invisible wall, please. I feel like that wasn't entirely my fault. Invisible wall, come on. Why does it stretch so far? Silliness. Needing to memorize invisible walls. Oh, you know, 46 current rep batch, 21. Nice. Wait, Divinity's only, oh, it's 78 to wear it. Oh, cool. I think I have to do this to get through the invisible doorway BS. Or I'll just whip all the demons. That's also fun. We didn't need to land that hit. Next game. I appreciate you, game. It's not important that I hit a 100% shot. Don't worry about it. While I'm coming over here, let's do this. Wait, is he still able to wear that without it? Huh. Oh, he's got some crazy accuracy. I like being 7 from cap on equipping 1 Heavenly Arms at level 78. What a very normal stat line for this character to have. Right, Chad? That was fair, right? I took off my ATA boosters and I could still use Heaven Punisher. I'm like, oh. Interesting. This mag combo is a little unfair. Now at least I have more defense, so I can survive getting slapped by RemoteBattery. I'm not going in this room first as an on-force. I don't think so. Hopefully the mag creation goes well. We were just talking about that earlier, DJ. Between all the Heaven Striker coats we're finding and all the Rappy Beaks, keep the mag creators in business for a while. Well, I was considering RAmar as my ranger, but I think I'd prefer Rockcast. Or what, very hard mode or ultimate? Or you just mean the use of the Striker cloak? Because the Striker unit's still good on Rockcast in normal mode. Hard mode's not too bad. Very hard's better than nothing. Yeah, I like Rockcast more for ultimate play than I like RAmar. But I just like being able to trap. I value that more than accuracy, honestly. Got Dragon Scale on very hard, it'd be even more value. What do you mean? You do get Dragon Scale on very hard. We just don't run it in this quest. Share it as Dragon Scale on very hard. If you want to, you just do Lost Berserk Baton on blue or red ID. If you so desire. Yeah. Yep. That way you just get to fight all those Dorfons and have a happy little journey. You skip all the desert enemies where low value is anyway. Blue, I think, is Siren Hammer. I don't recall what it's used for. I'll know it though. Yep, it's not as good of the raid as Ultimate, which is kind of ironic that Chamberlain becomes the value hunt because it's an easy boss, and it also just gives you straight value. Kind of funny. Whereas an Ultimate is just irritating because it's the least valuable thing. It is the. In fact, you don't want to see Conjure-You at all while doing very hard mode. Those drops are like Ultimate level booty. They're just like unfathomably terrible. Just curious if this would be done. Chip post, that way the Tharius can level his force. I'm also at the point where I'm probably going to sub out the character. I mean, to be honest, Dragon, there's really no reason not to just... I mean, if you like Ranger, then just make 20 Rangers. I don't know what to tell you. At the end of the day, it does not take very long to get them into Ultimate. It takes a while to get them into, like, Tower. But honestly, like, RAmar with, like, Demon Needle kind of cheeses, like, every area, and Hell Needle. But they're one of those characters where technically they really don't need anything to do well. In terms of, levels. They just need gear. Once you have the gear, it just transfers. Hello, gentlemen. Lots of level 15 sitting player. Trying to plan out a FOmar mag that did not use ATP and max ATA for generic use. You mean just a mind mag? I mean, it just sounds like you're talking about a normal mind mag there, Dragon. So that would usually just be a Rappy mag with 15 defense and 185 MST. But honestly, if you're not using ATA in particular, you lose out a lot on being a force in Ultimate. Basically, just take all of Episode 2, scratch it out, never play it, because you're not doing anything there. All over. Now talking about 12 mags being a cap in terms of how many they feed at once. Okay. There you go, Retract is the first room. We're just gonna come to a message box that just says this quest is part of my PSO experience. Gonna be very memey. Read me like a book. There we go. Uh-oh. Say something happened with those lizards. I shouldn't have to go over there. So, I have AT on the mag for the future. 185 mag wanted ATA for. There we go. Oh yeah, the NPC with the corpse. Yeah, I think we talked about that on stream last time. You should definitely just try to see if you can get away with the warp in the town and just have an NPC bemoan if you talk to them at the end of the other warp. Exactly. The bub is not part of Blue Donna's PSO experience. You're ruining it for Blue Donna. I'm waiting for there to be a meta at one point where Ziggledy-Bot quotes itself. I feel like that's gonna happen one day. It doesn't feel like Ziggledy-Bot, Blue Donna dot. If that was not part of my PSO experience. Oh, luck material. Oh no, somebody dropped it. Never mind, baited. I was starting to walk back and I was like, oh, what's that? I mean, I'm definitely gonna walk back for the luck material. That's such a shame. All those in single failed. CCC. Yeah. Yes, nice. Yeah, that's a lot of materials I just picked up in this one grouping. Walk backwards yet again for more. And I just put them away and I'm back up to our materials in the quest. In mind. Getting close to 80. I'll probably sub out after this one to become Force. I had my fun using Pew Pew. Eventually, when HellCleave gets through the chaos at work, so many mag orders are going to come through for him. Between all the new players playing very hard and everything else, the backlog for pretty much all the mag racers out there, we keep them in business. Help people make their own batches of mags. But crystals? It's a lot of unsealing value CD drop chances. Oh, come on. Game, you gotta spawn the graphic of the cactus. It's not on the minimap, and the door font didn't let it spawn until he sunk into the earth enough. I know. How dare I not see the invisible things on the screen? I always find that funny too when you see like an imager self-spell casting. Where like if there's an enemy between you and the camera, you'll see yourself do a casting animation, but you won't see the actual graphic of the spell. They're too powerful. Now, damage a little better. So yeah, just a very nice amount of material dropping. I'm gonna do one last check. There was definitely nothing in RVR we wanted this week, right? I'm just making sure. I remember being kind of nonplussed about it. Mop up to War of Limits 3 and almost Ordeal 4. But they didn't fix Anomalous Ordeal 4, unless they did another stealth buff. I remember explicitly reading like 3 or 4 days ago that they didn't do it yet. I'm not interested in trying those. Plus it was also Spaceship Tower. That combination makes me feel nauseous. I'm like, I don't think so. Sorry, bros. Yeah. Wow, this is actually a crazy amount of materials. So just this run alone was 5 mine material. Good though, at least people are being asked to test it a bit. I don't think I'll be involved in the community in that level. Ooh, cookie. So it was like a sandbox test or something. Is it fixed to the spaceship drop table though? It's one of those weird ones where there's like, overall I would say, I would kind of agree with Retract, where the spaceship balance is like a little better across the board and that they're mostly not too far apart, some of the drop value, but the problem is the drop value is terrible. So it's like it has like a quote unquote stronger handgun gold run, quote unquote. I don't know. Some of those drop odds are just actual insanity. Yeah, I do think Spaceship has a big problem where because of the fact that you're either a Sorcerer quest lever or a Brand's lever, it's just brutal. Purple ID being probably the worst overall. That one's like the orange in Forest, where no one should in their right mind ever run it. Just like that has to be one of the worst quests. You could be getting so much value from anything else on both of those IDs. Just leave. But like, and that's the weird thing where if it's just like, if it's able to be added as like a little splattering of value and like an omnispawn, technically the drop chart isn't too bad. But I definitely have no reason to mission on a lot of those IDs for any reason. It's kind of like where stuff like AA1 and AA2 kind of work, because you suddenly just pick a lot of the, quote-unquote best ofs for an ID and put them all together rather than beating through literally walls of L and K Combat 14s, EV Sabers, Call the Bogs, or whatever other BS item that nobody uses at high level. Or let alone even when you get there, because if you're picking up DB Saber from Ruins and you're like, this is my upgrade, something is seriously wrong. Routing. I'm just like, how did you get here? How did you even get a kill? Why are you still here? Just in that order. But why though? Every spaceship area on this spawn at this point. I mean, not wrong. Ekazon's 50. I think I'll be okay. I got a lot of them. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I need her. Poison being it all. Oh my gosh, don't tilt me with that one. I hate that so much. I really question why that exists. You're gonna tell me it's in like the same value category as Cure Shock, Cure Freeze? You're out of your mind. You're actually just out of your mind. Sanity, chat. I'm gonna switch characters as well now that I'm 80. Could be value if I ever get Forge Exchange for a Cure-All unit. There you go. I don't think they should ever make that, honestly. But let's look at our final count here. I was gonna wear a Unity Ultimate Frame, but this works better. Put that away permanently. I guess I could just put this for Ranger Wall in it. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, you can just keep the other ultimate setup, I guess, with double Heavenly Arms. Well, that Jack earlier is the Oblily. Yeah, the thing that no longer poisons you. Have immunity to the thing from lower difficulties. You're like, wait, no. Wait. I'm gonna switch accounts. The fact that this account already got up to 123 tickets is kind of funny to me. Spamming Heaven Striker on low levels, so if Cave is giving me a reason to cure poison, oh no. Yeah, our mag level, our force levels are very interesting. Could eventually make more forces. What if I just sorted like Odysseus up here? Crazy. I gotta get my, at least one of my blue forces a bit higher level. Aren't you all excited to manage another currency that's account locked? It definitely won't feel very irritating as somebody playing like 10 plus characters. I mean, don't you like going to a specific quest whenever you want to unload something? Maybe something. Yeah, imagine switching IDs so you can play certain areas, but then you need like that currency from that character on like the force when you're playing another time, and then you need it on this. Instead of just easily depositing it into the bank, you have to go to a quest, load up every time you want to do it, rather than just do it at the end of a quest. That would be interesting. Although I guess if they could kind of mitigate that, I guess, by making sure all those quests have an NPC like right near one of the counters. If I have to go to a shop quest for that, that's gonna drive me wild. I think at 99, I will riot, yeah. Yeah. Chat, I can hope and dream that there's gonna be a material horde. Do you know how much time that would save me, chat, in trades? Infinite. Makes me so sad. Can you imagine if they let you combine all the evade and defense materials into something else so you can convert them to a different type of material? Can you imagine? That'd be a world. Getting closer to Slicer Fanatic ATP. Oh, seriously? There's another power material? My bad, chat. And collecting game is too collector unfriendly. Yeah, they're trying to increase the bank space to 999, but the problem is, like, there's just too many items that don't stack still. Like, it's better than original GameCube, don't get me wrong. Like, could you imagine if we're playing original GameCube rules and photon drops don't stack? Can you even imagine that? How awful that would be? Yeah, I also kind of think Heaven Striker coats and Crappy Speeds should stack. They're such dead abilities. Like, I understand like why Tex won't stack, and I won't ask that, but it's like some of these other things. I'm like, they're like it's not like Scape Doll stacking, where I wish you could also potentially group Scape Dolls into a horde or something. Or it wouldn't be fair if it activated and did something. You just suddenly had 99 Scape Dolls in your inventory. There are points where I'm like, I'm curious if they'll ever add more. Joel, there's only someone puts on rest that are worthless and offline GameCube. Ooh. True. Don't have that PSO plus, you're not getting those core and shop stuff. You're right. There you go, you've done well. Oh, that... I could dodge 2 out of 3 of those. I can't dodge both. Oh. I just realized what was happening there. I now understand why controls are not right. Let's go fix this in the corner. We're gonna activate this and we're gonna walk away for a little bit. I think I know why I did that, but now that I have the other fix, I don't need that. This. I don't think that's right. That's fine. I gotta get. I can't stand all quests doing that. It should be more the button. There we go. Just thinking about what I like. I usually mix up my controls every now and then. I like 1 to 4 being my buffs and debuffs, but I also like having a... I'm not sure if I like the back row being what I want, or if I like the front row being items. Not sure. Now I could remove this. Not if oh, luck material. That drop. Oh, it was in the corner. Sorry, chat, I gotta go back for that. This is what I should actually... Something like that. Smart controller, or I don't know. Oh, mouse and keyboard. Okay. I looked at that abbreviation. I was like, I wasn't sure what that meant. I have to reread that. No, I'm controller. The trick is, I put stuff on the other control panel. I just like it to look nice. I don't use anything on the control panel unless I'm memeing. But the 0 to 9, on the other hand, I do like. Oh, that doesn't work as is. I need to think about that. Yeah, there's certain things that are kind of bougie between the PSO accounts. One of them is the fact that I can't disable the menu button by default. Like if I hit like there, it's fine if I want to chat, but if I want to reuse that button, right? So like if I hold the right trigger in and do something else, PSO is not letting me unbind that by default, so I gotta use the other program on it. I did figure out what buttons on the controller I wasn't using a bit more, just to create dead slots, where I genuinely don't care about what like L3 does, for example, or R3. For now, I can live with mashing 5, I guess. Just that could cause issues when you're looking to do all the base buttons. Or what do I use? Just a regular Xbox. I got tired of using things to allow the controllers to work. Like I did try like Switch controllers, PlayStation controllers. I just got tired of it where like sometimes it would hook up and then forever, as long as the computer was on, it would just not register the controller correctly. So after about like a year of that, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna try yet a different controller type and see if official supported controllers stop giving that issue. I find it very annoying when you're booting up an emulator for it and then it gives you a hissy fit. That is unfortunate that he's just instant slapping there. Yeah, like DS4 Windows was another thing that gave me a lot of issues. Where it's just like, if I did it after PSO was open, it would just not work the entire rest of the day, unless I restarted Windows. And that was not a one-off thing, that happened to me on 2 different computers. I was just tired of it. So it was like, I'm done with DualShock 4. I like PlayStation controllers, but there's a point where I just don't feel like dealing with it. You reserved. Yuki. Level 200 phone rule. It's doing an RN game of some sort in episode 2. Interesting. Here, a bunch of people run GameCube controllers for PSO. Might be pathing a time attack, maybe. I think it is absolutely nostalgia talking. GameCube is not a good controller. People are very nostalgic for the games on it, and that's fine. You can like those games, but we have to have a real talk. Those things were so notoriously terrible in like Smash Brothers tournaments. It was to the point where even like the modern adaptations of Smash Brothers Melee have to account for like the weird stick drift that happens on the majority of those controllers. Not to mention the quality of the third-party ones were, ooh. Yeah, I'll take it over the N64. But yeah, they are extremely questionable. I was gonna say, somebody that has done tourneys and hosted tourneys before, nothing but issues. Nothing but issues with GameCube controllers. It's very rare I could get through, like, one bracket of a tournament without something messing up on a GameCube controller. And I'm sure since then people have come up with slightly better versions of it third party. But oof, I am not nostalgic for those times. Is there a certain type of GameCube controller where certain combos only work on that? I don't know what that means. That's very vague. I mean, I can apply that to, like, Hitbox, but that's not a GameCube equivalent. Or at least, I don't think it can be. Well, maybe they can convert it to make it that. I mean, normally you can't do, like, left-right at the same time on a normal controller, so I would say maybe, depending on third party, you could do stuff you're not supposed to. Question mark? Yeah, there's a big thing whether or not they wanted to make hitboxes legal. But I kind of left the tournament scene where honestly they answered that question. Even today, I don't know if they're legal or illegal on certain game types. The concept was, like, you would, instead of having a controller, you can literally just map the cardinal directions to buttons. So nothing stopped you from doing, like, really ridiculous inputs. Like, you could hold down and up simultaneously, which is not something you can normally do on a controller. Which does break a lot of games. Yeah. Yeah, that, to me that's too vague, like Dragon. I don't know what feature on the controller it would be that would allow it. There we go. Very bands. Third party use the PS2 controller for GameCube when I used to play on it. Yeah. It missing triggers kind of sucks. It's not like really a useful controller outside of GameCube games due to it. Yeah, I'm just gonna go, I don't know what you're talking about, like Dragon. I only really dealt with like 80%, 90% of official ones. So if there is some other third party that has come out, no idea. So it's just kind of like, eh. Not really excited for that. I was gonna say, I don't know if anybody in chat knows what like Dragon's talking about. I don't. I mean, I'm hoping, I'm assuming you don't mean like turbo features and stuff like that on certain controllers. Yeah, there's a big kind of like back and forth over stuff like octagonal gates, you know, whether or not you want to be able to feel diagonals as you go through there. Anyway, I'm gonna move on from that topic, specifically about the controllers, since I said before I don't know anything about what's being talked about there. But from the controller standpoint, I will still probably take a GameCube controller over a lot of the Switch controllers. I was definitely one of the victims of Switch drift chat. I'm just like, you know, not once, but twice. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'm done. I think I'm done with consoles. I was like, I'll continue to support the ones that I own, like PS3, but no more new ones for me. Imagine paying money to Nintendo in the current year. I literally said to myself like a couple years ago, I was like, what would I really miss if I decided to just never get another Nintendo system, for example? And I'm like, I'm not into Pokemon. I don't like 3D Metroid. Mario is like really hit or miss. I very rarely feel in the mood to do that since I'm not a platformer enjoyer. And I'm like, I have a million versions of Mario Kart if I really wanted to bring it. You think I'm not going to be able to emulate something like on Dolphin or something for private play? If I really wanted to. Translation, I don't. I was like, I'm not missing anything there. It's not excited for it. And then it's like, I was asking people that are like really avid fans of Switch, and I was like, okay, what games do you recommend? Like, maybe I'm just not thinking of something that's, you know, first party, because there's mostly first party, and I already stated how I feel about most of them. I'm not gonna go out of my way to buy a Fire Emblem, etc., etc. So it's like, you know, when I get name stuff, they're like, oh, you know, my favorite thing to play on the Switch is Hollow Knight. Or they'll say, not Hollow Knight, Shovel Knight. I'm like, but I could just play that on Steam. I'm not gonna get something that I could just get on Steam, either, on the console. So I was a bit disappointed. Yeah. It's like, I'm not gonna pay for their Nintendo Online Pass. Smash Ultimate to me was okay. One of those things where there's certain changes to the system I didn't like. I actually really enjoyed some of the spin-offs. I'm gonna go for material real quick. I enjoyed some of the spin-offs of Brawl, funny enough, more than I did Smash Ultimate. Like, I had more fun, you know, non-seriously playing like Brawl Minus or doing different variations of Brawl Plus. I enjoyed those more from a competitive standpoint. Yeah. And their online was... Ugh. I did briefly play online because I was gifted a month or something. I was like, oh my gosh, this is unplayable. Yeah, it was like, I'm like, oh, maybe I'll get to learn how to play the game better by playing online. Maybe this will be better. And I was like, oh my god, this is embarrassingly terrible. Well, I think my favorite one was like I went to boot up a game online. The announcer goes, 3 crash. It's like, well, the announcer's really struggling with counting. That's always a good sign. I'm like, it's not quite how I remember the game. Yeah. Yeah, there's just like little things about it that I just didn't enjoy. Where I felt like I was a lot better on the offline play due to the buffer being different, and then actually just the online buffer in general, and also the online connections made it just unfun to me. So I was like, yeah, I think I'm good. I think my favorite was I was inputting like a series of quick cancels, and all I got was like a single jump. Like I pressed 4 different like, directions and attacks as I'm trying to chain like quick moves, and just it was just my character doing this laggy jump into just nothing. Like that game. I definitely hit A and B at some point in here. Well, side B, up B stuff. No. Such is life, I guess. Yeah, meanwhile, look how basically smooth this is. I'm not complaining about the game lagging as we play. Keep those dedicated servers. And then it's like, even if we somehow cleared the hurdle of finding a game that I'm interested in, I really don't feel like getting in like copyright issues with Nintendo. All how online, anti-consumer they are with streaming and music in general. I really don't want to deal with that. My motivation to do that stuff is super, super low on the off chance that it happens on something other than like Pokemon. Really wanted me to see the pumpkin fireworks there. Yeah, I mean, they'd like aggressively target tournaments for Smash, for example. In the case where a stream paid for money, the game got a claim against them, maybe. I don't recall. Advance the music forward one. Del Rampy. Well, this one says retract. Oh no. start walking away. He needs to just walk away, please. They've stood up already. There we go. Oh, somebody went back. Halloween cookie. Interesting. Good for track. Try and retract. It's being stubborn. I did get one recently, so statistically I'm not likely to get one this stream. But we have seen 3 already. Rip retract. But that's going to be a problem for my setup later. Yeah, so I would say the Force account probably has the most I need to retool to make it like a full main account. Like, I don't mind playing it as is. I'm used to playing with a lot worse from back in the day. But I definitely feel a certain amount of annoyance in not being able to remap the face buttons. I would like to have all my basic text, or at least Barda and stuff set aside, as well as having access to the raw, etc. Let's check just how many cookies it's on this account. We saw earlier how much the Ranger had. I don't think the Hunter has any, because I don't usually play Hunter. There are a group of characters that I'm gonna have to hard carry at some point. That's the big appeal for multiplying for me. Pretty off to a pretty good start with Force. It's 2 PDs since it's over. Ice value drop in this city, a big non-hit rare. I mean, generally speaking, if weapons aren't high hit, they're usually not worth anything. So I think the answer is yes. That applies to all of them. I don't think that's the question you might have intended to ask. That's why I'm a little confused. Most things that are not worth it aren't worth anything, unless it's literally an Uber. So there are no Ubers in Very Hard that I'm aware of, at least not in episode 4. Technically, there's like S parts or whatever, and like 200,000 drop odds of like normal or something horrible. I wouldn't exactly go out of my way to hunt those. Is Striker the highest value item? No, not even close. Striker is a quarter of Ignition Cloak or Select Cloak. Ignition Cloak having a higher total chance of giving you value in the 20+ region. Even like a min stat Ignition Cloak is 16+. Yeah, Jaya with high hit could be literal thousands of PDs, potentially tens of thousands of PDs. But generally, Ignition Cloak is just as is versus like a divine filter component. So get pretty crazy. We're going underground, so in theory we'll end up with, oh, really? 30 hit angry? In theory we could end up with 100 hit items as we go through here. So somebody could just randomly play with us and get a 100 hit caliber for no reason while we're playing. Or end up with, like, 90 hit charge vaults or something insane. Stack on him. They're Del Rappy. This is a pretty insane raid. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Jeez, track. Got quite a good ignition cloak. Look at that. 8868. Holy. Woo! That's a high stat. That's a goodie. There you go, retract. We'll have you pick it up at some point. Maybe a low step button, keep that one, that's fair. I'll have to check. Max sets are like 70 to 100 on price guide, yeah they are. That is very kind of Retract to offer me to replace it with an item of similar value in terms of it being an ignition cloak, but not necessarily trade value. There we go. Retract will finally get their ignition cloak. I just believe they manifested like 4 Del Rappies in 2 hours. A lot of Del Rappies. I mean, if you think about it, right? There's 4 players. We rolled 16 total chances. It checks out. The odds were about right. Get a small bonus from forecast. 1% bonus. We didn't say the drop chart didn't lie. It was very exact. As opposed to being a general estimate. Gonna take a small break after this one, no worries. Probably host after this. Buddy. There we go. See that? Now I can revive people. Look at the control stick. Look how useful that was. Time save. Mash my grants button here. Put some items away. Oh, never everybody's going on break apparently. That's fine. Oh, oops. I'm meant to come in here. I just think I think that's what threw me off. I must have put it away while game. Oh, because I did the ticket handed. Okay, never mind. Now I understand why there was stuff in there. I was like, what? Some madness. Oh, did I put it in the bank already? Oh, there we go. I'm not sure what happened. I mean, I have one in the normal bank here, unless I took the other one out. I'll figure it out. I'll put them all in here for now. Is he oh, he should be wearing his, actually. Yeah, never mind. That explains it, because I was like, wait a minute. I did originally put an ammunition cloak in his bank, but I'm like, no, he's not using it currently. Just resolve. You spend tickets, no worries. We can take a little break spending tickets together. I'm literally just gonna switch back to main account for that. But I do have the 252. So that's why we're going on break. I'm literally just gonna swap over. Okay, so we'll do a quick check to see just how many photon drops and stuff I have in a moment. I'm gonna put this away. I'm gonna take out kind of the weird amount of cash that's in there. Okay, that's a little better. Honestly, 7,000 out of there. So, just this account, chat, has picked up 39 PDs. What do you think about that? Right, chat? Quite a few PDs there. So, now I have 2 sets of 7. I think I have a 7 and a 5. So I think I'm at back up to 90 PDs with all the character. Crazy. Okay, we're gonna join a game. I just gotta switch accounts. Keep in mind, we have all these tickets I haven't handed in on top of that. Actual madness. We'll take a small break, and by small break, I mean we're gonna gamble. So we'll set up some Twitch bets. Guess we'll gamble on Meseta again? They're kind of popular. Prediction. One thing I need to know is how many tickets I have. What's the ticket to PD conversion rate? I mean, it's random, as you'll find out. But generally in 200, you get at least one. So we're going to be heading in 250 something, so we could see 2. Yeah, it's not like a... You'll understand when we go to it. Let's go switch to main account controls. I'm at 252, so I'm gonna make the bet for 252. Now, chat, you get to guess how much money I'm about to make from this. Good luck, voters. We'll do the gamble. Just work. If anybody wants to join in the Ziggy Gamba, if you have tickets you need to exchange, let's go ahead and start doing it. So yes, I'm at 89 cookies. If I'm doing math correctly, at 89 cookies, and we have over a photon scored worth of PDs we have not converted. Crazy. So I basically created a horde at the beginning of the event, but I had partial PDs. But not bad at all. Okay. And we got all of our gamblers here. Shop, I always choose the one with the longest name. Just, there's like a lot of ways I memorize it. I don't think about the letters. It's like the one with the hyphens. Maybe you'll see it as MA in it. A lot of ways. I just go, it's the long one. Just select it. Oops, made it again. Damn, I hate that spawn so much because I can't see the floor going downwards right away. So brutal. Also, I need to make sure to deposit all of our meseta at the beginning, so I want to make sure it's very clear just how many items that we received. So I'm actually going to read for here. Back here and put that away. But whatever I'm holding, I'm going to deposit. Then we'll begin our gamba. So even if you see me get money early, I don't think it really matters with the predictions at least. That's why I had a weird amount of cash on the other character. I think I just forgot to retrieve it afterwards. But anyway, gamba time. What are we gonna receive? So we need 5 tickets to play. We have 250 tickets. So let's see what happens. 50 chances. What are the odds of me getting money? Mine materials, not bad. The number of fireworks indicates the place that you get. 3 is first place, 2, like that, could be second or third place. Second place being money. Third place being a random material, HP, TP, mostly, and luck, I think. Oh, first place, got a PD. So, if you weren't winning hard enough in episode 4, by the way, this PS, by the way, there's more value. You were somehow convinced that you weren't getting enough in very hard. Don't worry. Let's do some gamba. So in just a 2-minute detour, we're already up a PD. PD mats could be nice to sell. I don't think they really do that much, sadly. Overrated material. Welcome, Dango. Hope you're doing well. Lots of 4th and 5th places. 5th being minor grinders, 4th place being potentially good power and mine material, but also defensive aid, which is terrible. Another 2nd or 3rd place here. There we go. First 200,000. So for all those mag feeders out there, by the way, DJ, it's casual 200,000 Meseta. Don't mind me. Nothing so far. Ooh, kind of a drought the first 50 or so. That's Richard K so far in the Rappies. Yeah, you'll need a lot. But don't worry, episode 4 might have your back, like this one. Nice, we're now at 400,000. See that? I could have paid for Rappies. Craziness. Oh, we gonna get another 200,000? Is the back-to-back 2Ks? Oh, TP material. Not quite. Close. Oh, I mashed too quickly. I'm sorry, chat. I gotta tune down my mash. The game doesn't like inputting it when I do that. Now that was a smooth. Even with the small pause there, that felt smooth. Transition. Another 2nd place? Gonna be a 3rd place. 3rd place, another TP material. I mean, I feel like the only character it's genuinely useful on is HuNeural if you're unsealing with her. That's my only answer to you. The only time I care about TP. Everybody else doesn't need it. Power material. Oh, not quite. Mine material. Okay. So we got like an average very hard mode quest going on right now. Another 1st place. There we go. See, now this is very hard drop rate week. 2 photon drops. There we go. It's already as if we weren't winning hard enough playing very hard mode, chat. So just remember this. Whenever people are comparing ultimate and very hard, Or like, did you also compare the ticket value? Oh, is that another first place? Oh my gosh, chat. You can't stop me. Could you imagine if we bet on photon drops? I think everybody would have lost. How many of you would have honestly said I would have gotten 3 or more? That hasn't happened on stream in a while. Oh my gosh, luck material. So far not a lot of Meseta, but we are winning in other ways, so I have no complaints there. Please Gambit the highest. There you go, retract. It's already fantastic turnaround on value. Even in our short break, we're up 3 PDs. And 400,000 is still pretty respectable. Even if I don't get any more Meseta, I went 2 PDs higher than normal, which I'm kind of okay with. Can win one day, but retract. This might be the lowest amount of second places we've seen so far. Are we not even going to break 800,000? This is shocking. We're at like 100 and we're not even at 600,000 yet. It's not a good pace for people expecting to get to 2 mil. Oof. Really bad pace for people wanting more than 2 mil. I like how it says I'm earned 1,000 Meseta a second. All I'm doing is exchanging stuff here. So funny. Yeah, looking real bleak for anybody that bet max today on Meseta. Oh, here's a chance. Or it could be another TP material. That was HP material. It's close. So many teases in second place. Which is kind of funny, because statistically I should be getting way more second place than first place. And that's not happened. So we're just disobeying all the rules at the moment. We're down to 77 tickets. So within 12 chances to get 200,000. Looking pretty impossible at this point. Statistical anomaly would have to occur. But we could still get over 1 million. Another TP material. We have more TP materials than Meseta for some reason. Ooh. Big Believer is about to get burned hard, I think, at this point. Still have yet to see another second place after 120 tickets. Kinda rough. Oh, second place? Gonna make it more interesting at the end. There. Oh, it's more interesting now. The people that bet under 1 million are now in danger. It put it roughly back in odds for me to get there, but we'll see what happens. I have 10 more rolls. All it takes is 2. Potentially your points are in danger. Oh, another potential second place. Music intense. Oh, only 1 more. Uh-oh. People betting low, starting to sweat it out a little. Uh-oh. Are they done? The back-to-back? Oh, the brutality. I missed a Meseta, my bad. Rip that one Meseta for rounding. Rest in peace, that one Meseta. I'll withdraw a Meseta here. I put one in the void by accident. That doesn't void the bet, though. Chad, stay winning. We're still going. We're not done. We did put 1 million in the bag. But we could still technically get more. In an unlikely upset, we could get 5 second places here. Let's witness. Then it's another second place. Wow, I am so glad I went back to the bank. 1.2 mil, chat. Damn. The comeback of the Meseta is real. I think we can agree, chat. It woke up a little. So it's technically possible to still get 2 million, but I got another first place. Ooh. VHalue. How many minutes was this, chat? Like 6 minutes? 6 minutes, 1.2 mil, 4 PDs? That seems fair. Fair and balanced. So anyway, DJ, that would be all your money you would need for mags normally. Just Just apparently one batch of doing episode 4 runs does this to you. One more roll. Final roll, chat. What do you think it's gonna be? Fifth place. Rip. Well, let's see what chat bet. Anybody go middle? Middle's pretty safe. Oh, Big Believers got burned with Big Believers. But it was... I forgot to do the greater than equal 1 mil. But the middle option is for the greater than equal than 1 mil. So middle option wins again. New prediction. Easy clap. There you go. Just want to make sure it was not attempting to show me the video as we play. That is even more value. And then voting time, but I would have lost. Look at that! Look at that! Look at how many PDs there are. There's so many, chat. So many. Craziness. Absolute insanity of PDs. Anyway, chat's ready to go. 40.5k go to Dango42. Because N. Who else won? Oh, I don't get to see. Oh, and Fulcrum. There we go. That is a lot of cookies. Oh, Crmztears, that's not even all the cookies. That's what we talked about earlier. That was like a fraction of the cookie power. Oh, I almost did the same mistake I did last time. Yeah, that was definitely a very good, healthy amount of PDs. I would say definitely more than normal. Let's go take our money out of the bank so I don't get cookies later. There we go. Have like 7 rolls left. No worries, Chips. I guess I could technically stay this character a bit longer. Yeah, we have other accounts with value. So many other accounts with value. Oh man. What a world we live in. I sadly don't have anything to unseal. Unless I really just want to hold lane. But I don't really want to hold lane in a 4-player game. I think I want to do that. What's the best ID for values to blue ID? Not even a contest for MA4C, it is blue ID. Red ID has some cute drops in it, but I don't think it equals the raw value of blue ID. Unless you seriously highly value Disco Braveman over Jaya, an extra Photon Crystal chance, and generally stronger drops on surface. It's a lot of things. Like, red also doesn't get Ignition Cloak. It's kind of rough. If red had Ignition Cloak, it would have been more of a debate. But blue ID just blows everything out of the water. I could potentially host the game if everybody's ready. Or if you need a longer break, just let me know. I'll go back to solo stuff for a bit. Yeah, we haven't played with Light Dragon. I don't know. Eventually we can have somebody come in for a bit. I think the Darius was stepping out for a bit. Fulcrum's good to go. Let me switch. Even though this character's a little weaker, I prefer just the group the tickets together to get rid of them. I'll still play Force. I think Chips will be wrapping up their gambles. Blue, if you want me to get a stronger character, no, it's fine. You bring whoever you want to level Light Dragon. Yeah, we'll definitely get DJ in at some point tonight. We're still going strong for another couple hours. Just thinking about... I probably want to level those characters, but probably post-event. So if challenge mode falls through on Friday... Oh, Chips is offering their spot. Okay. If you want to join us, DJ Ben, at Chips' place. It's spot has been opened. Oh, Fulcrum needs to eat. Fulcrum's also giving up a spot. Alright, chat will work it out. I have faith in chat. So let's get Light Dragon in. And from there I'll say duel each other. And we'll have DJ. And if Fulcrum needs to eat, then let's have Chips with us then. Figure it out. I'm gonna go buy some tri-fluids. Yeah, just figure I might as well do the character with more tickets, and then make this character stronger, in case I need them to do something. So in the event we do more private runs and we need a force, it's nice to have something other than my max level force. We'll give GJ a couple minutes because they're mag feeding, and we'll get going. Was at the end of the song. I was ironically about to click to skip it, but it already got there. Full style. No worries, Dragon. I'm also blue, but I hosted. Since we're waiting a little bit, tell me if any of these mission cloaks are good. What do you mean? I mean, if you want on the reader, you can if you want. I can't see the stats. 6 defense is pretty good. I mean, it's not like max stats like on a different tier. I don't know how people feel about evade. Might get more from evade than people like it for egg blasts. They're still pretty good. I wouldn't consider either low stat. It's a lot of ignition cloaks. 6 defense is, I think, considered high stat for defense. All of them pretty solid. I wouldn't consider those low roll. The only one where I'm not sure is if for cloak, if they consider low roll, if both have to be there, that I would double check. But looking at that, none of those look low roll to me. I literally have ones that are like 0, 1s, and like those are definitely low roll. Those are more mid or high, depending on preference of defense or evasion. And the 6s and 8s, I think, are considered high stat, and then if they're all 8, it's max stat. That is generally how they refer to it in the price guide. Okay, so while we're waiting for GJ, a surrounding crater interior. "30 seconds away, no worries." See him, we'll just telepipe out. I figure we might as well do something while we're waiting. See that? That could have been a Del Rappy right there. Oh, never mind, DJ's here. We'll clean this up then. Pop down a Ryuk. I menued so fast I canceled the Ryuker button. Alright, let's head back. We tried. Sadly, no Del Rappy. Sound per track is making Echo sad. Next song. Little boy, too powerful. Defeat balls, can't defeat the Pepe. Like the Bringer's rifle. Sounds like we are definitely at the end of the soundtrack. If you're hearing stuff like this is like credit music. Character's getting closer to carrying. He's at like almost 1200 MSC. Very respectable. More value. It's just that over. Okay, I'm gonna move forward if that's all there is in the song. Into the song. I don't mind listening to it for a minute or two, but 20 minutes. So that shortcut works, even though the command comes up. That's funny. I do that. Does that work? No, it still fights me. Maybe it's just an input issue. Another congeal cloak, not too bad. I feel like reuse their weakness, but fire is just so much stronger. There's no point to be doing weakness. It's so sad. That's actually sad. The life of a FOmar. Timing, I guess. Hope you're doing well, Ranger. Want to confirm if remote and retractor potentially available for Friday. Finish up some challenge mode. And after that, I don't know. We might go on a PSO break for a bit. So I don't have any plans to stream next week, right? Crack's thinking. Yeah, I was gonna add the group of you just to double check. Because if not, then it'll be a freeform on Friday. And I might take a PSO break. I mostly just want to take advantage of drop rate week at the point. Oh no, people are asking me when event is over. I'm not gonna answer that question. I don't mean it to be rude, but it's the standpoint of it's never when it's listed, it's always longer than it is, it's never at the time that you think it is. My response to you. Allegedly Thursday, maybe. Will it last till Saturday? Who knows? I am happy we had very hard mode iframes there. That should have killed me. It's like, does Thursday mean Wednesday in the evening? Does Thursday actually mean Thursday? Who knows? I never know with them. Is it gonna be like noon? I don't know. I feel like most of the time the events have run longer than listed. I think even Anniversary went longer than listed. chat can fact check me. I'm pretty sure it was not supposed to look like that. It just kind of cut off at a random day. I know it's been like a month or two since we last had it, but I was pretty sure it was supposed to end on a Friday, but it ended on a Monday or something. So that's what I recall most recently. There was definitely 1 year of Valentine's where it lasted almost a week. Like, more than it was supposed to. I don't remember it just being 2 days. So I was kind of laughing where it was, like, March, and it was still up. Another Del Rappy, huh? That's actually insane. That has to be, like, so far above Ray. We've seen 5 Del Rappies, like, 3 hours? There's no way that's right. We're seeing them on like rare enemy week odds, not like normal odds. Oh my gosh. Just stay winning forever. Well, I think I found retract signature code. Oh my gosh. Stay winning, chat. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Welcome back. So anyway, if Shadow's wondering just how I got all the ignition cloaks, just imagine me running this quest solo, just unsealing stuff. I'm sitting there getting like 80,000, 100,000 kills out of the way. I'm unsealing everybody's limiters. And I'm like, you know what? Why don't I just do surface resets? And then I see like 150 something Del Rappies. And then I walk away with like 9 cloaks. Like, oh. It's not very fair. What a world. So, I might have enough for all my basic FOmars now? But to be fair, I don't necessarily need Ignition Cloak for FOmar. I'd probably end up putting 13 on him. It is kind of funny to me how low your ATB has to be to combo kill with Shift to 30. I was thinking about that while going over the guide today. I was like, wow, to kill with the mech gun as a FOmar and single player, I only need like 700 base ATB? Combo kill? Like, that's it? Okay. Well, early forest area is about to get absolutely hosed. Yes, I think chipped at 30. This one is a real stretch of the memory. I think is like 45.2%. Base shifted might be 10%. Like shift to level 1. But it's been a while since I looked at those specific numbers. But I guess in a sense, you know, if you normally need like a total of 1200 weapon ATP, basically add another half of your ATP. You really don't need that much base ATP to combo kill, which I find kind of funny. There we go, form the protective barriers. And plus shift to level -1. Okay, so it is 10%. But what is it at shift to 30 though? I'm not doing that math. I'm not doing that math in my head. Not well tired. 47 points. Okay. close. Off by 2 levels. Yeah, it is kind of silly. Yeah, I was kind of going back and forth on recommendations for it. Well, I started simplifying some of the calculations down so I could kind of mass check them. One thing I want to check, though, when I'm done with it all, is what does the UI actually display? I don't think there's something that tells me exactly what somebody should look for. So, like, if I open up this menu, and I have Shift and I'm holding a weapon, I just want to make sure that there's a formula I can put in an Excel sheet to tell me what that exact number is. This is one of those ones where there's all the components for it, where like you have like weapon spread plus class variance plus base attack and all these other things, but I don't know what that would translate to in the front end. So if I tell somebody that they need 1,000 ATP, it's very different to say like I need 1,000 from level ATP versus like 1,000 after shift look like what on most weapons. Like for the ES weapons it doesn't matter as much, but I'm definitely curious like when you specifically need X-Cal and like Galatine to get combo kills, which you do need. Not like you can ES weapon some of those. I'm definitely curious what that looks like. So for weapons with kind of a bigger range, or like a range of like 100, is it just the max value that's shifted? Like, does that number actually include the shifted total? That's what I wasn't really understanding from the UI. If you're looking to understand where I was very confused the other day with Darius, it was specifically on that point. So like from a calculation standpoint, I can sort of ignore it. So I know what the base ATP should be, and I know what base ATP plus weapon ATP should be. But when you say you have like shift to 30 on something like a Galatine, does that look like the same number? Even though from like a back-end standpoint, it's different? Or did they just choose not to level, or do they choose not to shift to the variance even though that's what it does? Welcome to Chuckleface. So at some point I just want to take a character that's max ATP and shift to 30 them so I can understand what it is based off of the combo calculator. I think I could still give general ranges of base ATP, and then it could be like, this is your target number with Shifta. I think both are potentially helpful to people, but as I said before, I was like looking at it again the other day, and I was like, like I could figure out the target ATP. I'm assuming it should be close. So like, let's hypothetically say like you need 1,200 total ATP. And if you're using a weapon with no variance, it would look the same regardless if it was your base stats getting boosted that amount versus your weapon getting boosted. I just want to make sure for some of the variance ones, when there is weapon variance, what that actually looks like. If it always uses the top number, then that helps. But I'll have to test it again on stream, or if somebody happens to know that offhand. That'll help me put in one more calculation. If it has no variance, you should be able to max weight when you subtract, yeah. Okay, so would somebody hop out? Did you want to join us for a few runs, Crimson? Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. It's stuff that I normally don't care about, but I just want to make sure if I'm telling somebody your goal is like 1200 ATP, that that the UI isn't doing something weird with it. If it's very straightforward and it's not doing it, I'll be happy. So I'm just gonna pick a character, wield Galatine, wield an Excalibur, and I think between those two things, I'll understand recommendations. I'm hoping that I don't need to tweak it, so that in theory, 1200 ATP is 1200 ATP, and it's not doing something weird where it like overshoots it, or it doesn't calculate the weapon ATP, but it does calculate the weapon ATP. We'll find out, I guess. We call that PSO finickiness. Like, I think both calculators are good. I've been using them for different purposes. Both the PSO calculator and what Ditharius has. I've been kind of bouncing between them to figure out if there's like a cleaner way to write it. There we go. Oh, it's not going to be Cafe. That would be something. Well, chat, I got bad news for you. We're at the end of the soundtrack. And because we were doing the Yakuza in order, I'm gonna apologize for putting on Yakuza 7 for like the 10th time. I'm gonna skip the main menu music though. Oh, now I'm good to go. Welcome back, Light Dragon. Always here, see what happened. Yeah. Like, if someone could just test that real quick, just pick any weapon with variants. I'm just curious, like, what that would look like on on FOmar specifically. Because that probably has the most extreme of stats. Because, like, obviously HuCast, you know, holding weapon is straightforward. Whatever the highest number listed there is whatever's there. But I just don't know how the UI interacts with Shift. So I'm curious if that kind of matches expectations. If it's like, does it only strictly multiply base ATP on the UI, or does it actually follow through with that formula? That's what I'm curious about. Yeah, because once that's there, I have some real easy conversions, because that to me is the only thing holding it up. I have all the basic weapon conversions for like UCast or like Rawcast looking to do certain attacks. But for the human characters, I'm like, is this correct? Is this what the UI would tell you? And like, I'll still recommend like a little buffer, you know, for class variants. So I'm less worried about that. And I put that in the document to just say like, oh, you know, regardless if you're Force, Ranger, Hunter, I'm just going to say as long as you have 5 additional ATP, that should cover most of the variants to remove inconsistency. Since technically it's inflating your ATP, from my understanding. I'm just going to inflate it so that you're pretending like you're a Hunter. The worst thing that happens is, like, for a Ranger, it might be off by 1 ATP. For a Force, it might be off by 2. Like, I don't know how much that really matters in the grand scheme of things, if it's that minimal. But I'm definitely worried about variants. As for things looking to do, like, normal, heavy, special, where some characters might need to use Galatine over X-Cal to kill. Just want to make sure I'm not putting in total nonsense numbers there. And then once that's resolved, then I'll just clickety-clack all the way through, I guess. Nice, what's up, bro? But once that basically gets established as a formula, it's not too bad. So I'm basically able to determine all the base ATP amounts pre-shifted pretty cleanly. That way I can get the total ATP there. So I have no worries about that. That I can very easily slot in. So I'll probably offer it in like 3 different views. Like base ATP, total ATP, and then like post-shift the ATP. Because there's some people that just want to know, like, okay, well, how much ATP do I really need as FOmar before weapon? Since most of your damage is going to come from Shifta. If you're doing anything that's multi-target, like Discas, for example. Or Vulcans. But meanwhile, if you're using Galatine, that it might be less important. With weapon, Xcal 3 shifted, 904, without Xcal, 154. Ooh, select flip, congratulations. Good pickup. And which character has 954? That's the FOmar? Okay, so that's not max ATP FOmar, but that's fine. I could probably figure it out from that. Let me... actually, could you send that in the PSO Discord? I want to take a look at that. I want to see if I plug it in, that matches expectations. Scout shift to 2081 with 9. Because Force will always, I think, be 2 ATP higher than what it lists there, so that's fine. I can always adjust it down for max ATP. But I think that'll be the final piece of the puzzle. So thank you to Darius for writing those numbers. I do find those useful, but I just want to make sure I'm not lying to people when we're covering those kinds of things. Why am I not getting played? What? That was weird. I hit 3 like 5 times there. I was getting gaslit. I was like, no. I'm definitely... It's definitely 3. It's the thing I have 4 of. I even hit the try-mate button at one point because I was so confused. I was like is that it? Oh, congratulations. Wow. Crimson joins for like, 1 run, already up. Insane value. Congratulations, Crimson. Already worth. Snaps out. Multiply the range. Okay. Okay, so it does calculate the range. Okay, that's good to know. Then I think it's okay. I think, okay, that should be okay then. Because I think what will happen is that if it includes the range... Yeah, I'll double check. I think that should be fine. Because then I don't need to keep track of different totals. Like, I'll still have to keep track of base ATP separately, but I might be able to just simplify it further. Which is good. I want to be able to simplify it. Grab a tri-flip. Okay. In which case, I'll probably be able to clean it up. I'll still leave some of the calculations of the cheat, those that are bored. Yeah, I think that'll So no, I'm just looking up something. Without weapon, XCal pre-shifter is 950, but with weapon shifter? I thought XCal was 900 to 950, but it added 1,000 AT? Am I misremembering the range? I thought it was 900 to 950. Yeah, but it added 1,000 for you there, didn't it? According to that? Oh, no, it didn't. Well, no, it didn't. I'm sorry. I thought there was a 50 there. Ignore me. I think I crossed numbers there when I was reading it. It does not say 1954. It says 1900. Okay, so it does use the max range. Okay, that's good. Okay, that'll make it simple then. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, is that? No. We're good. That makes sense. Because my assumption was, you know, based off of PSO stats in the calculation, that the UI would be adding the max ATP, and then it presumably added the shift to the variance. And so Ditharius confirmed that. So with that in mind, it shouldn't matter that much. I can consolidate some of the total ATPs. What an interesting concept where it basically just is like ATP doesn't mean that it's not an actual solid number. It's just like a whole mix of random number ranges. Where other games are just very straightforward attack, defense, etc. Rappy did drop a mine material. My bad, Chow. Yeah, be careful not to use words like min, combo kill ATP. Just say recommended. And then I'll probably do like a greater than equal than sun, because there is variance across it. I just want to make sure people don't think it's like, oh, this is like always 100% gonna combo kill. It can combo kill without critting. And obviously if it crits, it kills. The tricky thing to weave. That's something fun for now. No, I'm running. No, so I'm doing both. I don't know if you saw in the sheet in the other side, but I have like the ATA to hit 80% and the ATA needed to hit 100%. But for people looking for different thresholds, it's there. I don't think the first tab has it, but the fourth tab does. Yeah. So for people trying to calculate it out, I also split it up for some rare enemies and falls specifically, because falls is kind of annoying. So there's like a couple additional splits. Yeah, I have like a fourth tab where I was just kind of playing around with calculations. And I was like, I think I could just simplify this to finding out the total ATP based off of the normal weapon. And then just kind of checking it against a couple different weapon types. Because I was definitely curious to see, like, what is the minimum ATP you need to kill with Vulcans. And it is shockingly low. Like, I knew it would be a lot less, but, you know, it's still one of those things that's really funny to see that in the time that you could wield an Excalibur, you could have already combo killed with a device. If you're using, like, shift to 30. That to me is just kind of funny to think about. Yeah, in Ruins, it's awful. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit there and go through all the Zalore values. The intent is, like, you generally want to combo kill without worrying too much about debuffs. And this is more aimed at solo ATP thresholds anyway. There you go, Dark Clone everywhere. Fun. Oh, misunderstood the minimap for a second. We're good. Yeah, I started adding in, like, ES weapon tags based off our conversations from last time. Because I definitely think there's quests that are, like, really, really easy, but, like, I still wouldn't do them unless you had ES weapons. I was like, yeah, I don't think I could do it purely based off the difficulty tag. Like, a good example would be, like, CCC or MA2B on, like, hard mode or very hard mode. Those are not harder quests than doing, like, Tower, but right now the only thing that has the ES tag are the high difficulty quests, in terms of, like, the difficulty only section. So just put a little warning there. Like, I don't think you need, you know, ES weapons necessarily to be able to perform, like, a Phantasmal World 3 box run, for example. But if you were actually doing Phantasmal World 3, then it'd be like, please do not do this quest without those kinds of weapons. You know what I mean? It's one of those ones where it's not quite area-based. Some quest difficulty is a little skewed. Get away with the substitutes. Damn, I got lasered. Then you play something like Jungle. Like, please bring hell. Please don't come here without it. Get that power material. Yeah, this character is starting to climb up there. I'm assuming he gets above 1300 MST. It's been a while since I played FOmar. So once he hits about 1300, that should clear me over a couple of annoying hurdles of damage. Since I'm all too familiar with Phonumen being a little under 1300, how painful it is on things like Robarda in particular. Nice. Photon drops for the group. Ooh, 45 hit ray gun, but it's not a useful special. That is a disappointing drop right there, chat. Can you imagine? That could have been somebody's, like, first health ray gun. Just like a new player. So sad. Charge ray gun would have been fine there. Rip. Oh. I walked in the wrong direction. That was my fault. Maybe less circuit. Switching the force after this, no worries. difficult to do with all those Gorons. There we go. Scooch forward ever slightly, just to help with always in the middle of the room. Nice. More PDs for the group. Gonna make sure all these rampies get hit. I think I'll be able to come up with a pretty comprehensive total ATP. Which, again, I'll probably compare a couple of weapons just to make sure the estimates are accurate. But I think based off of what was talked about here, it should be fine. I guess in a weird way, if the variance gets multiplied, I guess that's fine. Probably fun. Anything with all APG to avoid someone not understanding them use Crmztears ATP is the same as on this side of the room. Am I getting baited? I swear I walked over here and picked this up. I'm getting outplayed by the game with items blocking items here. Also, wherever that mine material was, I guess it must have been in the other room. Didn't see it, unfortunately. I think due to things like the weapon variants and stuff like that, it's hard to say, like, here's what your stats should look like pre-Shifta, just because it really could be very different depending on the weapon, what it actually needs to look like before Shifta. But I think I'll try to keep it simple. And I guess since I have, I guess I could leave it more in the back end of the sheet. I don't think I want to clutter the first tab with it. But I guess for people looking for more, like, the more advanced breakdowns, if I want to move to, like, heavy special, or, like, heavy special, some of those are a bit more limited in use. That's why I'm more hesitant to pull it out for ultimate. It's like, how much of this is realistically going to apply to not RAmar, not RAmar? So at least for now, normal heavy, and normal heavy special is a good starting point for new players. The worst thing that happens is if it's keep adding it generally slowly over time. Like, I would say it's more relevant to see that kind of stuff than, you know, forests and caves maybe, but I don't think you're gonna be heavy specialing a lot of things unless they're frozen. I guess technically could happen in single player. But I think that's adding too much complexity to it. I'll keep it simple. Detonator. Tried though. Oh, another full counter slope, really? Okay. There we go. That time it gave me the healing item I wanted. Let's sell a couple items here. Armors. All our materials together. I don't really need that Zon. I have enough songs. Worst comes to worst, I could literally just go pick up the other one. This character's already collecting their own Rappy B. Collecting all the basics already in his own little pile. Too bad. Access wrapped up the quest for tonight. Got the first 6 rooms of temple alpha set up. Nice. Get the base of it. We'll wrap up the enemy placement quest within a week or two in a few weeks. Nice. Tracks quest. I was gonna say, we go to play and it turns out it's just mine offensive, but just this time it's in temple. It's over. I'm gonna name it too if one of his own ideas. That name is Romance Dawn because One Piece is peak and also Romance Love equals Love Rappy. I don't know. I think we kind of have to see it to understand more. Since I haven't done any kind of like quest editing before, does it have like a kind of visual component to it at all? Like, can you see the tile set? Did you place things? All these enemies. Wasn't sure how advanced some of the editor stuff was for it. actually. No, not the battle result team. Halloween cookie, awesome. Oh, that is a look. That was like the Halloween smiley. What the heck was that? Okay, it lays out wireframes. That's cool. Arrest launcher does not show up as a item of interest, but I am pretty sure that is, by the way. I definitely have it programmed to be thick, and it looks like a normal weapon drop, which is what I was looking to avoid. So chat can see it, but I mean more like, for me, I personally set it to look different. It shows us ClearSteal. Like, did my ClearSteal reset or something? Because that is not the ClearSteal I told it to do. That's where I'm curious. Hold on, chat. We're going in. Because that's going to bother me. Because I could not tell the difference between that and the other one. Yeah, it was set to red. Alright, and put the thickness to like something obnoxious. Sorry, chat. I just want to see. Yeah, that is not the ClearSteal border. Or either our border's broken. I'm just saying, chat. Like, I'm like, wait a minute. I wanted to make it pop. So anyway, this is why I have the weapon floor reader, because I did not trust that to actually tell me that that was an item that I need. I'm pretty sure it has to be a Seize launcher, specifically. Chat can fact check me on that it should be that. So for whatever reason, it looks exactly the same as the other ones, even though I told it not to. I don't know if that setting is just broken, or... I mean, you could clearly see that wasn't red, and that also wasn't... If that was max thickness, I'm so concerned. Like that, it was literally at the max setting, so I don't even think it should have questionably looked like the other ones at all. Big question mark there. Chat was saying they saw it as ClearSteal 5 though. So I don't know what's going on with that. Rex says, make the enemy way stuff the easy part, making the script, work across 4 clients, adding cutscene dialogue is the hard part. Do I have my bow weapon set to? It shows regardless of it. It's on the challenge mode settings, where all I want to see are the weapons. But it shouldn't use the same thing. That's what I was just showing. There's literally an option to change the color and also the thickness. I made the thickness 20, and it looks like every other weapon box, which is not the intent. I need it to look different than every other weapon box. And it's also a slightly different color, so for me it didn't look red. I mean, maybe I'll drop it again and double check. Yeah, that to me still looks orange. That is not the color I selected. I'll show it again for chat if they didn't see. I opened it up. For ClearSteal, this is what it should look like. Where I'm like, it doesn't look like this. I could try to change it so that it's a totally different color here. If I do like this. I can just briefly see if this does anything. Yeah, that still looks the same. How annoying. Sorry, chat. I just really wanted to show that that was definitely not what I wanted it to do. I don't know, make it more kind of off color. I'll have to figure that out later. Oh, weapons like override player steal due to the position in the Dropbox menu. That really sucks if that's the case. I would have thought player steal would always override. I guess I could drop it one time in the show on stream. 1 second. Sorry, chat, for pausing repeatedly. This is an interesting thing to come across, because this is probably the first time I really cared about it. So let's say minimum hit is high. So if I put it high, it still shows up, but it doesn't use my settings. So I still think that's wrong. I think I'm willing to say that's still not correct. It technically will pop up still, which is interesting. But it doesn't do the thickness setting. Interesting. Well, anyway, you all witnessed it. Yeah, that's definitely not correct. You see, like, Tri-Fluid's fine. It has, like, a different thickness. So it has the setting that I'm expecting it to have. So I wonder if it's just broken? Or if I need to update it? I'm definitely very curious if anybody else has seen something like that. Because it definitely at least recognizes it as player steal. It's just wrong, unfortunately. Because otherwise, it's very easy for me to miss. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That sucks. Otherwise, it's very easy for me to miss something like that. Like, I'm already talking with chat. There's already like 15 weapons on the floor. I just happened to catch that was an arrest launcher. So I got lucky in a sense. But I think from the standpoint... Oh, my material's not even done. I think from the standpoint of player steal, isn't that like 3 to 5 PDs? Chat can fact check me. Like, that's actually a pretty good pickup. And obviously I don't want to turn it into an arrest launcher. I gotta roll down. Oh, 1 to 2 realistically. That's still fair. Whoa, what is it used for offhand? I always lose track of all the other ones. See, like, Scape Doll looks fine to me. I don't know why Claire Steele is wrong. Oh well. Because I kept some of the defaults, but I did play with some of the colors. Oh, PB increase. Okay. Makes sense. Also, poor Crimson without shifted. Now that I've caught up to them, have a shifted. Yeah. I mean, the way I kind of view it, any like 2-3 PD item, if I really wanted to move, it'll be a PD. But it's nice that it has something where I could, in theory, still use it if I really wanted to. I do sometimes use PB increases. I talked about it before. My favorite item to put on, like, FOmar is PB increase on, like, episode 4. Like, when we're doing those episode 4 runs, I'm like, you sit there and you build that meter for, Chamberlain / Conjurer / whoever. Get that free PB gauge. Sometimes I'll wear it through RT as well, depending on the character. But obviously, since the DMC has been removed, not really been as relevant on RT to make sure I had meter. Because in RT, because that quest takes so long, it basically was just like getting another 15 levels of Shifta, which did help for weaker parties, but now you're not needed if anybody's remotely close to max. Hello there, good movement. Yeah, I'll have to see. Maybe they updated since then. I don't recall when I last updated this. There you go, chat. I'm bug testing in real time. There we go. I broke the tracker. It's my fault, chat. My bad. My bad, I actually cared about Claire's deal. RIP. That's why the missed text says fail now, chat. It knows. Yes. Anyway, I'll make sure to put that away for later. In case I ever feel like making those. I'm pretty sure I have all the other components still. I used to save them up on my old course when I thought PB increase would be amazing. And, like, to be fair, I did find some use for it. It's just not, like, obviously nowhere near as good as I was hoping it would be. Like, another quest I also wear it on for chat clarity, Endless. If I have to play FOmar all there, oh. Having Mag Blast for Endless is such a time save. I use it when in an all-cast group, that's fair. Yeah, I love it in Endless. It's not bad in some of the extra revs, from what I remember. But usually we don't play a ton of quests that go to the length that make it useful. But when we do, it's really useful to be immune to damage in a no damage challenge because you gave everybody another 20 levels of Shifta. /D-ban. Or like either now everything dies in a combo, or you just can't be injured at all. Right, chat? Why choose when you can have both? Also do it sometimes for free bed, but I always forget when we do blue free bed to put it on. That's more of a my bad thing. I should definitely do it more for free bed. Because we specifically want to ensure that we have Mag Blast by the end. So that way we can take it into RT. That way RT is less boring. It is very funny just instant stomping the worm boss out of existence with 81 shifted D-ban. What a great feeling to just like 4 Cannon Rouge kill it before it even goes beside the raft. A very fair and balanced strategy. You ever do that, Ditharius? Take the 81 shifted D-ban and free roam into a quest. So unfair. Imagine beating Ogaplo with it, and then you beat 3 more bosses with it right after. What a thing of beauty. Oh, Trail's Ego makes sense to do it there too. Good point. Pretty hit Claymore, rip. Happy's beat. Turn around. So many beaks. HellCleave is going to be able to make Rappies for all eternity now. I might be able to just dump him 100 plus still. Kind of silly. Saw another launcher, I was like, does it ever rest or cease? Welcome, Raiders. Hopefully you're all doing well. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes. What game were you playing today, Christopher? Saw something about like a GDQ hotfix of something. We are just casually murdering in PSO. Poor enemies. Ooh, the giant sword in the face. definitely paranoid about the weapon drops now. Man, that's such a shame the color's broken. But I'll try to reinstall. Maybe they've bug fixed it since it came out. I didn't get it like the first couple of weeks it came out on this computer. I think it was like at least a month or two after. So I switched computers after the Dropbox thing. Otherwise it would be like, hey, Retract, we need you to fix something. Oh no. Rip add-ons. I will say though, I'm happy at least that when I did the reinstall of the add-ons that Barb Array is not instantly breaking the game. I'm sure chat knows what I'm talking about if they've been around for a while. I love its HP total is only like -12 million and fluctuating between that and like -30 million. Definitely not just like a misplaced stat line somewhere. Max says I've only been half paying attention. Should start working on schoolwork. What was the issue? I took it back for guys. That's just Fulcrum. Oh no. Yeah. So Retract. The scenario is, if there's a weapon that is a clear steal item, it's not taking the clear steal cosmetics, no matter what I do to it. So it's hard for me to tell it apart from normal weapons. So I'll double check, maybe I just have an old version, quote unquote. So I even did the thing where I made the min hit too high. What even is clear steal? There's a quest where you can compile usually around 5 items to upgrade into an nice heavenly arms. You can use kind of like lower components of items to create a super item. So you can create like heavenly technique by combining god technique, wizard technique, and some junk weapons in order to forge something a little better. It's not like super crazy good, since most of them are very niche if they're even used at all. They try to revitalize it a little bit by making some of those rich components. So some of those are still great cosmetics from there. I think it's a good luck parameter. Yeah, I'll show Retract briefly again. I can't, it's not my anymore. But basically, I just had like a Seize Launcher equivalency, which is one of the components as discussed for PD increase. But it kept showing as a normal weapon, and then when I told it, like, don't show me a weapon unless I was 100 hit, it would show me the launcher, but it still wouldn't show me with the correct cosmetics, as I changed the color and thickness of the box, so that way I could tell it apart from normal items. Another Delrappy? My mind is like blown right now. How there's so many Delrappies. We're seeing one on an average like every 3 runs. It's actually insane. I'm at a loss for words how many Delrappies we've seen on this session. We've seen more rare enemies here than all of Rare Enemy Week. I'm fully convinced. I've lost track. It feels like every 2 to 3 runs. Yeah. Yeah, they've all been the good rare enemy. Yeah, we haven't been Dorphon Eclair, Pazuzu. It's just only the value enemy. PSO stopped playing around. Exactly. I'm just gonna stack some Fireball here. That should take care of most of them. I'm gonna go on Detonator here. Use spam grants. Yeah, that has been an abnormally high one. Evan 15. Sure, I'll take it. Let's move the song forward. I do like this song. Ooh, we need to check the boxes on that side. So, For a while, I thought it was just misidentifying whether it was a ClearSteal item, since technically it dropped as an arrest launcher, even though it can become seize launcher. So that's why I got really confused for a while. But no, it just doesn't use the cosmetics. Interestingly, it does look different, but only the text is different, so it'll just tell me launcher. And that's all it tells me. I'm surprised they don't, like, if they replace the words like arrest and all of its characteristics, I'm surprised they don't write like ClearSteal on like the weapon description as well. Clarify that that's what that is. Or even just like an abbreviation, like in square brackets CD or something. Because I don't think I would have realized that's what it was had I not that component before to make something. So now I'm like, who knows how many items that were ClearSteal that I walked by, just didn't notice, because it hasn't been working. What a shame. Because I don't think the normal floor tracker cares about ClearSteal, sadly. Or else it would help identify when those items drop. There we go. Photon drop, don't even have to move. No, when I looked last time for the item reader, I didn't see anything, but I might have an old version. Yeah. I thought it did too. I couldn't find it. The floor tracker does. That's where I was hoping it would tell me, because we found out it's not quite accurate. It works with an asterisk next to it. So if I had like super high hit as a criteria, I could still make it appear, but it still doesn't appear correctly. It's a shame. Well, I guess I'll hold off on making a 2025 add-on folder until I settle on if I need to upgrade my add-ons again or not. Wow, I must have been max distance on that ice stream. I am shocked that it made. I was so far, Chad. That was like Robarda level 30 nonsense range. Francis. There we go. So. Oh, Fulcrum's stepping out for now. Thank you again, Fulcrum, for assisting in the runs tonight. Hopefully you had a good time. But that is a liberating feeling to have the character bank working. At least that shortcut's working on this account. That's much better. Without awkwardly typing to play. Oh, I'm sorry, it's DJ, that's not it. I'm misreading. My bad. Thank you again, DJ. Hopefully the items you got off stream before end up helping you out a lot and making mags and also just general PDs. But I think either way, we do have an open slot. Somebody would like to hop in. Probably go for like another 30, 40 minutes. And I'll also probably take a break. Feel mentally drained today, unfortunately. I'll make a games available to join. Right now we have Crimson confirmed. DJ is out. If anybody wants to fill a towards the slot, have it open. Gonna put away some materials. Take a quick look at our item drops. Wow. That is a lot of photon drops. We managed to level a whole bunch of characters. Big frame. Nice. That's a good one. Thank you. Do you want power materials on this account? Really? Five, six, seven, 8. Wearing 1. Give 1 to track. I think I maybe 2 ignition cloaks from having all my phonumens with them. No worries, track. Still fine with doing a 3-man. This isn't like Ultimate where it'd be like, oh, we're only 3-man, that just scratch off like 3/4 of the runs we would normally do. As I said before, this character's MST is rapidly improving. They feel fun. I'll give chat another moment or two. I'm just looking to see if I need to get another drink. Let's see, that's empty. I wasn't sure if Late Dragon was around again or if they left earlier. So, I know they said BRB earlier and then they came back the other runs. Light Dragon's around, so we have a slot for you still. Otherwise, we'll get started in just a moment. Switch the song. Those mag stats. No IQ, no synchro. I have the dummy mag chat. This is just us. I think overall we managed to get a few extra cookies with the team. We'll probably play tomorrow night. I don't think it'll be many hours, so I do have work tomorrow. But we'll get one last big chance for it. Or who knows, maybe the event never ends, and we'll be playing Friday as well for the event. I am kind of hoping to just move on and hopefully just get challenge mode out of the way. Now that I have like a couple of sets of loose PDs, I'm hoping between like a couple of runs we'll get there. That would save me needing to create like multiple photon hordes. And that Rappy's outrunning me. We had like Rappy shoes. Get that movement speed increase on the overworld. Let's go. And I think it probably, as we get closer to like 10:45, might do some brief character creation. Just want to make sure we get a couple out of the way every stream. And then I will have to double check the PSO uploads since I believe nothing is scheduled for right now. I have to see if the other videos have rendered. It's also kind of tricky to figure out a good upload time if you stream every day. You're like, how am I going to upload 50 hours of footage if I stream like every 12 hours? So I think I did manage to at least upload non-PSO as well as PSO. So ideally I'll be able to get all the non-PSO out of the way tonight. Then continue with the massive backlog of Anniversary as well tomorrow. Poor ass dogs. Thinking depending on our party strength tomorrow, we could try to do some more ultimate stuff, just to mix it up a little. But I think ultimately, unintended, we're just gonna go with whatever feels right for the party comp. We have a lot of newer players, I'm not gonna push it. We haven't done any, like, episode 4 boss rush, which I think is also probably okay to do on the way through. Stuff like that wouldn't be too bad to run. We will get Cannon Rouge or Heaven Striker on the way through, who knows. But, on the flip side, I think once the event is over, probably multi-client most of the hunters out of the way. Until I get like at least the Hell Slicer from challenge mode, I generally don't think I want to touch Hunter. Kind of wondering if I would prefer doing MA2B with them. Doing like normal hard mode, B502, build the J cutter, see how they go with materials. I'm not a bit, because unfortunately they can't just cheat away all the satellite lizards, which is why I don't think I need to multi-client any RAmars or RAmarls. Should just be fine. But like Rocket Seal, I'd probably boost through, Rock has. Well, I guess it depends on how good the laser feels, I suppose. Event-wise, at least most people that have played with us, either on stream or off stream at this point, have gotten 10 plus cookies. That's good. Even if we didn't have like that big stockpile, we did end up getting a lot collectively for the group. Also kind of curious from the standpoint for people that did do Ultimate, how many cookies they received. But I think as long as we're with a group, I think the rate is very competitive with Ultimate. Right now I think it's fine. there's been too much in terms of news, I would say, from the Ephinea side of things. I mean, we had some interesting conversations in the general Discord the other day. But I'm hoping that as we go through these kinds of events and videos end up coming up on YouTube, at least we showed like different farming methods. Like I would say for like truly decked out cap level 200, basically 1000 PD warriors, quote unquote. Very hard mode will have some limited appeal to them, but I'm definitely hoping that as we go through, you know, these kinds of things where we're leveling multiple groups of characters as we play, you know, we're getting 10-minute clears, 9-minute clears, 11:30 with like slightly less optimal teams or levels. But hopefully that people that, you know, question whether or not they got stuff out of the event can kind of look back to this and go, that's a good raid, or, oh, I could have been doing this the whole time during XP week. Right, chat? Oh, there's Marissa. Oh, there we go. Cameo appearance of Marissa today. Rest in peace, Marissa. So, I'm definitely on the search for strong cookies. I'm definitely curious if next year they're going to go through with very hard mode nerfs for cookies. Which, I guess is kind of ironic at that point, because we might have so many that it might not matter for a couple years. I think between Promethean and a few other players here, we probably are sitting on several hundred cookies. I think that's an underestimation. I mean, it'll still take, like, we were seeing I was burning out, like, what, 25 cookies in a session, maybe? Optimistically, if I'm not running Anguish. That's still, like, a lot of sessions of cookies, just from what I have. Let alone anybody else chipping in. So, I'm thinking at some point, I don't know if it'll be in November or December, we might try to get some cookie runs in. Although, I don't think I really want to do... I mean, yeah, I don't think I want to do Christmas cookies, as I used to call them. You know, the one where it would make sense, given the name of the item. Around 35, I think. They're a figure number, those will go to level a new character since I'm making wolves. I thought that's a 50 hit on Caliber. I got slightly excited. Rip. I think my takeaway is, I think at this point, I would rather hold a lot of the cookies for Ubers, or at least items that are annoying to get. So, like, I think I kind of agree with Darius. Purple ID to get, like, a Vice, and or Yashminikov makes sense for Desert. And Pink, I'm still looking for my high hit Slicer. So I have an item that I'm dream bigging on, but it has like a lot of little consolation prizes. But I think of like the 80 or 90 that I have in my possession currently, I think like a good 40 to 50 are going to end up going towards tower at this rate. I wasn't really impressed with the enemy spread in jungle. I'm hoping that if they decide to update it in the future, they make it so that those enemy counts are not horrific. Yeah, like I'm really not in a rush to leave 80 to go deal with this. Where it's like we could just be playing Value City runs. And like if we're not playing XP week, it might take like a session or two. But like, does that matter versus having like almost no other good chance to now do Heaven Punisher? That's what I was kind of thinking about again the other day. Sadly, I think the cookies are gonna be mostly Dream Bigs. Which, to be fair, like, we aren't running cookies without drops, but I do want to make sure chat is looking for very specific things that we get them. Windows, I'm gonna need you to stop doing pop-ups when I'm playing. You're kind of blocking me from seeing, thank you. I'm like, I would like to be able to see the right-hand side of my screen, too. But I'm kind of hoping that they kind of improve counts just a little bit. And the problem is, like, I don't think they will. I feel like if anything, they're gonna nerf the cookie quest, which is a shame. It's just very sad to think about where we had an enemy count that was roughly equivalent during Anniversary event that didn't cost us an expensive item, welcome Retract, in order to enter them. And it still had better overall drops and was in a better area. Rip MAECCA chat, that's all I have to tell you. Be a red player too? I don't think so. Fulcrum is pink. It's fine if we don't, I guess. That's up to you, Retract. Whatever you want to level with. That's how I view this as. This is just like doing normal ultimate runs. Yeah, I don't remember if Crmztears' character was red or not. Sky. Oh, it was White ID. Makes sense. I was thinking they chose a color that matched the outfit. Oh, level of value for so no. I was gonna say, Blue Newman is not a bad thing for the team to own. But I think as long as we have coverage, I would say the upcoming events, you know, big ones being Purple, Viridian, Pink. Maybe the IDs either we're gonna be primaries of or secondaries of. Maybe White ID too, depending on Omnispawn. I don't plan on doing a lot of Fiasco Episode 1, but technically people do IDs for that as well. That's kind of a hard quest to solo. I've never been a big fan of the Baran's Room. It's one of those ones where if I play with it in Sandbox, I would probably learn it, but during an event, I really don't feel like learning how to manip like 7 Baran's missiles all at once, if that makes sense. It's not that I have a problem with like the 2 Barans or the 4 Barans, it's just that one room where it's like 4 on one side and 3 on the other, where I'm like, what the heck is this? It's like, I don't appreciate this room. So for me, that's like a multiplayer only room. Yeah, definitely in terms of other areas. Oh, I'll read Darius' comment in a moment. Just want to make sure this thing out of my eye first. There we go. Like a errant eyelash decided to take a journey at an awkward time. Darius saying, as I pick up a Rappy Beak, I think the biggest disappointment with Cookies, few legitimate farms that I look for my Cannon Rouge. That's horrible on red or it's rare spawn hunting. I'm not a huge on rare hunts. I think they do generally have like a few best of hunts in the cookies, or quite a lot of items. I think Cannon Rouge is one of the items where I would agree. I would have liked to see the enemy count shift a little more towards them. Like, I would have been okay with removing like 4 Rappies, or whatever the 4 Rappies were there for Faludas, for example. Keep the enemy count literally the same. Sub out the weird 3 of 4 ofs. Concentrate it a little more. People that want Del Rappies, like us, currently on stream, appreciate having like one area for it versus like a couple of kind of crappy ones. I think a big issue was like, I wasn't even like, am I really gonna run like a CCA pink ID for 28s? Even with the cookie bonuses? Like, no. You know what I mean? Like, so, some of those enemy counts are a little suspect, but then you have like other quests that are like, you're 70 lilies, and you're like, really? You're like, really? Or it's like, here's 41 Hilda-Tours. Oh. You just feel sad. You're like, I see what hunt they're emphasizing here. And you kind of go to episode 4, and it's like, Okay. Sadly, no ignition clip. Hopefully chat got one. Although, judging by the frowny faces, I'm gonna assume no. Hear that, our chat is really leaving us in a state of suspense as they refuse to go pick it up. The anxiety increasing with every moment of the server crashing for some reason. Yeah. Because the thing is, like, the cookie runs used to be a little more solid back when Dwarfon was there. Right? Because you could have done, like, the Sky Dwarfon for hunts there. I definitely do not condone doing episode 4 Sky ID lanes. Unless it's part of an Omnis spawn, then I can respect that. That's what I kind of like about that. Like, do I like inherently where that bonus is? No. Do I like how quests have actually started to take advantage of that new spawn? Yes. Yeah, I would say it's a little disappointing that certain items are still kind of annoying to hunt. Oh, I gained a phenomenal amount of tickets, already up to 100. Fully out just for them. Nice. Yeah. I don't know if I agree about the overall legitimate farms. There are a lot of really high enemy counts. Just episode 4 is just a little weird on surface, specifically. That I agree with. Not every, like, enemy has a good farm there. It isn't like the MAE where every enemy is good. It's more like 2 to 3 are focused, and then maybe you'll get an off hunt there. Unfortunately, Babuda is one of the victims. I think that's what leads into kind of like a bad feeling about the event overall. It's not even necessarily that the quests are terrible. It's just more like oh my! Did you see that no target range? Did you see that, chat? I was here and there was no target. Holy! Look at that! I can't target from here. I have to stand up here. Man, these doorways suck. Anyway. The standpoint of the quest, it just feels bad coming from Anniversary in particular. But I suppose that's why they got rid of MAE. It's how they can buff Halloween quests. You remove every quest that's stronger than it. It makes sense now, chat. Yeah. That's so true, actually. I think the issue too is that, like, it's not some of the quests go on par with massive attacks and some don't, and the ones that don't feel bad. But it's just one of those ones too where it's like, am I really going to be spending a cookie for 8 Sinnoh or 18 Sinnoh Spiggles? Like, even if it's similar to MAE, just because it's like, I only get like a handful of Gaigui, and then like there's not really too much else to hunt. But, like, people can do it, it's just and then you kind of compare it to Tower. Tower has like the right numbers. Like, Tower is one of the few ones that's like, it's all the way through, it's used for basically everything because it has a superior count. Oh, I didn't see what chat is talking about. Back up slightly. Next event, Xmas rare, and we make tea frozen for frozen shooter. I know. It was like CF where cookies were in abundance, you're gonna like be Halloween or something, maybe. I wouldn't have minded a non-gated quest to be active, other than like the Pioneer Rappy quest, which we ended up not doing this year again. That I don't mind. And it's just like a holdover of all the unloved enemy types in a big omnis spawn. Yeah, I do think a couple of them are genuinely undertuned, with Jungle's CCA probably being the biggest standout to me. Like, I think Spaceship is weirdly fine. It's still one of the better hunts for stuff like Daylight Scar. Technically, it has an amazing focus and shooter hunt, but Bars Cookie, just don't see why you would do it when Terrell's Eco still exists. Which, probably at this rate, they're gonna remove. Ooh, nice cookie. But, I don't know, there's a couple ones where I'm just like, there's not a reason to really play some of the other quests, because either they're just so rare enemy dependent, and just as a personal preference, I don't like those kinds of quests. That's more of an issue with the drop table than the quest itself. Oh, there we go. Worried he was gonna die there for a second. Yeah, like, it just feels a little unfortunate, I guess that's what I'm getting at. What am I doing in terms of Pride Blue, by the way? Was it practice spot? I don't have to go back yet. Let's do one more. Then I'm gonna take a break. We're gonna do some character creation briefly. That'll be the end of the stream. I think the best way to kind of state it is that, like, especially just compared to MAE anniversary events, some of the quests just feel very weak. But like, individually, if you look at some of the drops, they are technically the best if MAE is removed. It's just that our perception of perceived value is very different when the cookies cost something to enter it in the first place. Yeah. Where, like, normally, like, 18 plus Sinnoh Spiggles in a run that's only, like, 5 minutes is actually pretty decent. But it's like, I don't have to pay cookies to get a similar run for, like, 15 or 16. Is kind of the problem with it. So it's like, how much do you believe in getting the super boost to give you a payoff? And I think that's why I, like, gravitate towards Desert in particular. That's why I gravitate towards Desert. It's just because there's so many items that are kind of low-hanging fruit that if we're gonna do only like 10 or 15 runs, I'm more likely to get my return on investment. For some of these other ones, you'd still have to theoretically crank out like legitimately hundreds of cookies to see the payoff. And you know, that's what people did during MAE, is they did literally crank out 100 plus quest clears to get the value, just because getting Ubers is not guaranteed. Even during the event, people still might not end up with it despite doing, you know, 100 plus runs with all the super boosts. So it's just like one of those things where it can be exhausted when there is like another step involved. There we go. Oh, come on. Sorry, chat. Just trying to pick up a tri-fluid, like, just out of item space so I couldn't pick it up even though I had room for it. It's so annoying when items stack like that. Mono fluid. Clear that. Jatha says music's familiar, but I can't remember from where. That is. Oh, this is the. We're in the Yokohama battle theme. What's on drop? I was gonna say, what is that mess of there? Doing well, Jatha. Kind of wrapping up our runs. I'm definitely curious how many cookies I'm at across all the accounts. I want to say that is cookie number 90. So, needless to say, the event has been a pretty big haul, given we burned, I don't know, 70 cookies already on different runs. That's kind of crazy. I guess in the event that the event doesn't end by Thursday, I could, in theory, cancel Don't Look Outside, or Look Outside. I'll think about it. There's a certain point where I'd like to move on from the event. I don't want to get burned out on very hard mode. So I think from the standpoint of, I guess, expectation for future events, I'm just kind of hoping we don't see reductions in bonuses, we don't see both quests, getting UMAE anniversary stuff. I'm just hoping that we see more added to it. We'll get Retract to do a Valentine's Rappy quest. Live and breathe in Temple. Do Temple... See, you can even make it a Pink ID quest. It could be Temple Seaside. Combine all the best parts of Pink. Right? You can just form different heart patterns with lilies and rappies and Excalibur apes. Then you get Hildatord. Yeah. I love Murder Flower on Valentine's Day. I was gonna say, PSO love is just getting needed in the base full screen violently. That's how the Murder Flower shows love. Poor enemies. Song to go out on. Poor enemy. I was gonna say, you know what, Retract's here, we'll do one more. We'll go to 11 instead of making this final run. We'll do one more just for Retract. Let's see if we can get the Ignition Cloak to drop for Retract normally. We're gonna bait the game. We're gonna one more it. Yeah, I think between all of us, we've gained an insane number of cookies. Still see some cookie sales going on now and then on the Discord. Going between 5 and 5.5 and 6. I think Promethean Cookie Market. They're so pro all over the place, which I find funny. They're not targetable from here? Are you seeing this, chat? Look at this. Look at this. I can't hit them with the Kapoi, even though I'm this far from the doorway. PSO. PSO, that's not okay. That's not my fault. I am so far from that door. How is that the no target zone still? Holy. Well, anyway, chat didn't believe me about that door being absolute nonsense. I hope that was a great visual guide for why I was getting upset earlier. I was like, where does this door no hitbox extend? Apparently it's like almost 2 character heights away from the door. That's crazy. Some like ruins 1 nonsense. Life is unfair, chat. We have a minor inconvenience in one of the best quests in the game. How dare they let this stand? Time crystal acquired. Nice. Crack said, oh wait. Uh-oh. Give me my cute little dodge because I'm awkward. There we go. Is Xmas Fiasco Heaven Striker quest? I mean, there's more than one, so that's hard to answer the question. Maybe? I guess you could play for Heaven Striker in Christmas Fiasco Episode 4. I typically don't do that, I just play it through on Pink. But I've seen people try it before in Green, Red. So if you do, like, Red ID through, for example, there's still a good amount of Buddhas for Canon Rouge as you go through. It's a quest where like everything is good there, so that's why it's hard to say yes to that. It has, I think, the highest Gerda loot count of all quests in the game by a long shot. It's like 30 something. So typically if people don't have limiter, that is like usually what'll go through. And what used to happen is that people used to secondary ID swap when Excalibur was on Sky ID. So they run Sky ID Viridian, so that way no matter what Dwarfon they fight, they can try to get a lane to Argent. But you can do the same things technically still. So you go like Pink Viridian, if Pink being the primary, and then if Dwarfon Eclair shows up, then you tag out for it. Although, there's nothing wrong with, I guess, running it Viridian all the way through, either. Because there's a lot of LNK Combat 38 chances due to the number of zoos in the quest as well. As I said before, it's a quest where, like, every enemy count is high. So it's kind of a choose-your-own-adventure of value. But for people that haven't played it before, it is just a super, super dense quest. And I would recommend, if you have not gotten it already, to get a lot of Kafoi bonuses for that quest. The surface of it is more Rafoi focused, and it's more like how we handle this kind of quest. But underground, you are moving into like 4 rooms total, and there's like 30 waves or something. And almost all of them need to be Kafoi down. There's like 1 or 2 waves where you're like, oh no, it's the 4th or 5th Goron detonator wave. Look out, I have to do something other than Kafoi stack. Followed by, let me now murder another 80 lizards and yowies, and then kill another 60 to 70 rappies. That quest is actually kind of insane. The only thing I don't like about the quest that I genuinely hope that they fix, but they probably won't, that one Dwarfon spawn as you go through really bothers me. Normally there's kind of like a big arena area that you go to in the massive attacks. And normally you get swarmed by Dwarfons there, but in attempting to like leave one of those rooms and you end up towards like the path going between different crater areas, you just instantly get hit by a Dwarfon. So unless you are like bare hand nail Newman, it's incredibly difficult to stop. So sometimes we have to pull out like a Yield Cannon Rouge to just hope we shoot fast enough. And it's kind of annoying because you can't, I don't think you can buffer an attack because it's on a warp. So you just kind of have to hope you mash hard enough that you don't lose your button input on it. That spawn sucks. I wish they would delete that. Yeah, those are super annoying. People were saying you could use certain spells that interrupt it as Faux Newman, and I'm like, it was really inconsistent barehanded. Just due to the fact that if you press it and then button release and then press it again, losing those couple of frames can mean you just don't get it regardless. So I know for a while I just ended up using Cannon Rouge, or just normal attack as soon as I spawn to stop them from hitting. But doing that with other characters, like FOmar in particular, is garbage. Like, that was actually not fun to do. So it can get kind of annoying when you start every quest getting hit in the face. Kind of reminds me of like a bad Groundhog Day moment. you know it's coming, you're trying to avoid it, and fate is like, no, you're gonna get Dorp on the face. I don't care what you want. Let's do one more retract. There we go. Let's see if we can get retract extra value. Fulcrum are already a whopping 146 with their fourth. Crimson's slowly getting some XP. As I said before, at least this character is getting closer to carrying 1226 MST. Pretty good. I think I went up almost 40 MST today. Not bad. Definitely helps with multiplayer carry damage totals. Yeah, the big thing is making sure I have Ignition Cloak, because that thing is actually really high in defense. So I go from taking like 400 from Goron Detonator down to like 280 or something. They're a lot more manageable. Like, I think you could technically Heaven Striker in episode 2 as well, but that would require playing hundreds of enemies of Seabed, which I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't really want to do that. I think I've entitled 2 different videos, different years, of why we don't play Christmas Fiasco episode 2. So you're gonna have to take my word that I don't want to go there, unless you are promising the hardest of hard carries. I'm kind of tired of that quest. It's one of those things where, like, to put it in perspective for people trying to figure it out, there are multiple waves of like 4, 5, 6 Delve Eaters all at once, and if you don't know where they're spawning, you just get run over and you die really quickly. So if anybody is even remotely under level, it's just kind of over. It's just an already kind of difficult quest. Then there's like a lot of Morphos that are spread along a long corridor, and then you're dealing with that while dealing with, you know, 8+ Sinnoh spawns, and all of them can kill you. It could just get kind of annoying because it's a pretty long quest. I'm not even sure if it's possible to go through that whole quest without retrapping. Just have one cast. Normally it's just kind of a nightmare, honest with you. I've never seen it done controlled before. There's parts of it that aren't too bad, like when you're fighting like 6 to 8 spawns of squids. Those are fine. It's when you start getting like, here's some Morphos, and then there's like 4 Deldeps, and oh, we're gonna start spawning Delve Eaters after this, and then it's just like, it's a lot. But it's definitely meant for people that are doing a percentage on nearly every item, and for Rances, Hells, and Demons. So taking anybody that's even remotely fresh with the character just doesn't make sense to do. It's pretty much a, I would not go there if you don't have Red Ring level of gear. Nice. There we go. See the one more? Gave us a cookie. Works every time, chat. Every single time we've been rewarded for the one more. Every time. Thank you very hard, Love. Never punished. There we go. I think episode 1 is a bit more tolerable. There's also like a winter solstice or something, but I don't know. For people that have played that before, does chat ever find it worthwhile to run? I personally don't enjoy the quest. I think it's supposed to be like a single player version of the fiascos, but I also feel it's just really undertuned still, even with that in mind. I don't know if chat feels the same way for people that have run it before. It's just like, it's a lot of walking and a lot of empty rooms. And it's like, the enemy counts aren't bad, so it is doable to get coal. But at that point, I'm like, I would rather just run a normal quest, which is kind of a shame. I think it's one of the few event quests that's free to go to, where I genuinely am like, I don't think I would ever recommend running this under any scenario. It's one of those quests just for chat clarity, where it's like, you'll literally fight waves that are like 2 of enemies or 3 of enemies. I guess if you're playing Hunter, it's doable solo, but like, I feel everybody else would just do most of the normal fiascos. Although I don't recall if the enemy or Christmas fiasco enemies are buffed stat-wise or not. I would have to double check that. Like if in single player it still uses stats. Don't recall. That's something I'll check the wiki if there again. But I will say in general, the fiasco, the number of enemies per room actually generally exceed massive attack. That's definitely one of those quests where there's definitely not a question of whether it's worth value, it's more of a question of can you actually clear it? Which I feel like for episode 2, the answer is going to be no for like 90% of players. Episode 1, I would say probably yes with the group. And then episode 4 is probably the easiest. And that's mostly due to the fact that there's some really, really, really brutal rooms in episode 1 that make it like just slightly, I would say, too hard for most casual people to clear. Caves isn't too bad by itself. It's more when you get to like Mine's Ruins, where you're like, oh boy. I hope you're not playing with people below 140. You're gonna have a bad time. This is not your quest to level on. Whereas I feel like Christmas Fiasco, you could be like 110 as a force and do fine there on episode 4. It's because Force OP there. Just need to be able to survive Dwarf on charge. That's the only recommendation. So I think as we kind of come into kind of almost a break between events, we're looking for primarily red ID, green ID to kind of cover, different desert runs for Christmas. White, purple for definitely tower or secondary IDs. And then obviously blue, very hard mode's a good filler. Red's already covered as part of Christmas Fiasco, potentially. So being able to use them in events, even though I think Red ID is amazing, but Red ID also still having good event quests is kind of funny to me. Just be aware that the Omnispawn quests coming out are, I would say, a little easier than the episode 2 Christmas Fiasco, but that doesn't mean that they're free. So just be aware that the Omnispawn quests are fun, but they're also another batch of quests that I still would not recommend doing below level 140. Whereas episode 2 Fiasco, I'm like, please be 180 plus. Please do not come here without red rank if you're any other character dumping things. With maybe the exception of Ranger, because you have Ranger wall. Otherwise, you're just gonna have a terrible time hitting all the Sinnohs and stuff. Yeah, I do think the Omnispawn Christmas quests are some of my favorites. So I'm hoping they don't receive any surprise nerfs. That'll be my request for the next batch of events. New stuff for Valentine's, new quests for Easter. Don't nerf Christmas. Oh man. Floating out for the wrapping. Oh yeah, not in a million years would I public game CF2. I was like, yeah, you don't do it with just 3 people. You don't do it with just randoms. I would recommend at least several hundred in PD of gear or more. One of those things. You do not go in with anything less than ESs and Varans. And honestly, I think that quest is harder to clear at a reasonable hour than some tower quests. It's actually kind of insane how much is going on in that quest. Which is, I guess, good if you happen to really enjoy Seabed, but just some of those spawns, chat. I don't know about that. Lots of syllables here. Glad chat enjoyed the value today. We'll take a final look at our share bank. Joy and Seabed don't belong in the same sentence. For some people, it's their favorite area. I don't necessarily agree with it, but no, it is. I think my stance on it was I would rather do tower. So, our final totals are looking like, didn't really gain that many PD. We did go up another cookie though. Ended up with almost a stack of 99 power materials in, I don't know, less than 10 hours of gameplay. Not too bad. Lots of sellables. I'll sell this item, I guess. Psych ward now. Yeah, it's something. I still think the only Seabed quest I've liked so far has been Massive Attack 2B. Cat is more than willing to try to change my mind. Tell me what quest that they love doing Seabed on. So I can tell you for a fact I do not like PW3. Definitely do not like Penumbral Surge 5. Quest is like a big meme. 6 PD, 3 PC, 1 cookie, Congeal Cloak. Nice. Glad you got some items today, Crmztears. Didn't you get a Select Cloak? Somebody got a Select Cloak today. It was literally in the first round. I thought it was Crmztears. Could be misremembering. Take the tickets though. Put that away. Okay. Yeah, Select Cloak is worth quite a bit. Okay, chat. I think I'm up for one character to be created here. Change our music a little. I was vaguely paying attention to value, chat. Given how many hundreds of items dropped, you should feel proud. I remembered one drop. One drop of the sea of drops. So we'll give Retract the cloak at some point. I'm not in a rush. We have... Also, I'm going to write in the Discord so I don't forget. PSO. I'm going to @Retract. I owe you a cloak as per discussion on stream. Find me later. Right now I'm feeling super tired, so I'm like, I don't want to mess with that right now. But we managed to go through basically all the colors of FOmar. We only have Viridian and green left. I guess this will be our Viridian FOmar. So what colors even are Viridian on FOmar? There's kind of your normal green. Oh, that one's definitely more of a Viridian. I can see us going with this. Is there anything else that has like a green tinge to it? Or are those the only two greens? Well, there is this one. I don't know how I feel about this one. There's only two kind of dark greens that would make sense for Viridian. So there's kind of the very deep, we're buying into the all green conspiracy here. Or you could go to the one where it's a bit more kind of an olive and white, some purple highlights versus just any 50 shades of green over there. I like this one more for regular green, so I think when we go to make regular green, I'll pick this one. I'm gonna leave it on one for now. Chat can think about it. But as in honor of HellCleave, we're gonna hit auto once and see what creation we get here. That is this surprisingly normal looking character. If I do this, how does that look? Do I like it more? This. See, I was gonna say, that blue reminded me of this outfit. That's the kind of hair color I would put there normally. I was like, yeah, I think it actually works. Weirdly. I'm not gonna touch anything yet, I'm just kind of exploring. I can leave the headband on for now. I'm just curious what some of the other options would look like. Oh, I kind of like the black hat there. I actually kind of like that look. I still don't like this hat. I don't understand it. And I think when I look at it, it just physically upsets me to look at. This one's also kind of whatever. Yeah, that one's like classic FOmar. But I'm not into classic FOmar. This one is like every FOmar ever. But so I guess I kind of like the green ring, and it kind of brings an emphasis to the black to the outfit. But I like the detail on the hair a lot better on this one. I don't know if chat has any preferences. I'll leave it to where it is currently. But I'll let chat chime in if there's something they want to see. Yeah, I would say maybe this eye goes a little better, but it also still works for the color. Is this one, I think there's less busyness near the headband, so like it's a bit cleaner. Cat likes the circlet. We'll keep the circlet. Like the randomized hair the best, but I won't wiggle, which is something to consider. Yeah. Deciding. Do we make the eyes kind of match closer to the hair, or leave it more broad? Because it puts a little symbol on the circlet. I'll leave it where it is. I'll let chat think about it. Tiggy FO grid. Get kind of a look at the characters. It's going to get like a pulled back look. Yeah, it's like it actually came out with a decent blue hair color. Yeah, that other hat is definitely going to wiggle. We might put the hat on the other green. We'll see. Actually, we could take a look briefly. What does the hat look like here? Not that I'm going to use this outfit. I don't like it as much. Well, I kind of liked it with the darker outfit, honestly. I kind of liked it with this. Yeah. That's a shame. Mostly just like the hair with the hat, that's fair. Yeah, I was just kind of comparing it. So is there anything chat would like to have touched? Otherwise, we will keep the character as is. I'm gonna look at the skin color, not that I intend to change it. I'm just looking to see if it makes any... I guess it changes the color of the thing on their forehead. That's it. Otherwise, I'll just leave it as is. Look how smug we look.
Smugmar. He's like, yeah, I'm not gonna hit anything until like level 150. Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with that. That's what I get from that vibe. So I definitely prefer darker colors to brighter colors, but that's just how I roll normally. So for Viridian, this is the only one that's kind of darker. It rolled into the skin color, which I'm okay with. Blue hair is fine. I guess it pops a bit more than if I did like brown or black hair. I don't think we have a lot of brown or black actually for the most part, but it's okay. We're in a fantasy world. Our hair color doesn't have to make sense. We have to pretend we're a JRPG pro tag most of the time. Thank you, Nimu, for the happy affiliate anniversary. We're just wrapping up here. So I'm assuming if chat has no suggestions, we'll leave it where they are. Wow, it actually kept the character tall? Oh, that's like our second tall character. Say send it. That's all I gotta say. It's never the right color. It's just never the right color. Right, chat? One day when I type this, it'll actually be the color I'm looking for. So sad. I mean, we kind of go nicely in the green lobby. But anyway, mod... Sec ID. Yeah. There we go. I remember the name of the ID. I did it. Knowing is half the battle, chat. I guess for now, chat, we'll park it here. We're not in a rush to create every character tonight. A minimum of one per is probably good enough. But I think in terms of the event, I don't think any of us have hit like crazy big ticket items. We picked up a lot of like utility units, don't get me wrong. But I don't think we came across like a, you know, a 50 hitter of anything, whether it's like Guardiana or Slicer Fanatic or Heaven Striker, Cannon Rouge, etc., Girasouls. So we'll see what we can make use of with the cookies in the upcoming days. I'm not in a rush to consume them during the event. Technically, if chat wants to, we can try it. So if we have a big group Wednesday, we might just try doing cookie runs then. I think the issue is like, if we do a lot of Anguish cookie to try to get a better boost of rate of drops, it means we just get less cookies per hour. Or if we do stuff like Tower, even though there are a lot of enemies, it's still kind of a long run. So it's kind of like almost like a catch-22. It's like, I want to use them to get cookies, but they're also very long runs, the ones that we're doing, versus doing like a caves or a forest. Like, there's where I see the cookie rate turnaround being more beneficial, but for us, we don't really want to be doing those. It's tough when you get so many cookies for very hard. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, we're getting like, what, on average 2 or more an hour? That's your framework call for Heart of Angel Arp? Oh no. I got 5 tonight. See what I mean? Craziness. It's like 2 per player so far in the span of 4 hours of gameplay. Cause I think I went up 2 or 3. I picked them up mostly early, and then I didn't see too many. Got 2 and only ran like 6 runs. See, there we go. We're giving retracted value for playing tonight. But I think overall, chat, I'm gonna get some rest. I am feeling super burned out. So we're going to say goodbye to YouTube as well as the stream. But thank you everybody for the runs tonight. Thank you for supporting the stream on and off. Thank you for participating in the Discord. And with that, I'm gonna say thank you for watching. And hope you have a good day or a good night, depending on the time zone.